cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. But when I put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now you Shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, know I do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now you boy got it, yo. Slumber City got love for my boy on our shit for me though. That money now your boy got it go. You cut the check, nigga. Another shit. And now from the till it's calm. I was where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Boy on our shit for me though. That money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another shit. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Boy on our shit for me though. That money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another shit. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Boy on our shit for me though. That money up, now nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo.
Over a century later, we're still enjoying the thrill of speed. And for these rental car drivers, their ambition is clear. The victory in the TB Kart finals will send them on a one-way trip to Las Vegas in November to represent the TB Kart brand in the SCUSA Super Nationals to go and take on the best young racers in the world. Karting is the only true motorsport on the planet that levels the playing field, no matter whether you are young or old, male or female, or if any different type of experience level. This is where people can really compete. Open field. And we have got some of the greatest drivers in rental karting gathered together here at Kartland Paris for the ultimate showcase. The champion will go on to represent their country and the TB Kart brand in Las Vegas in the autumn. This is a truly life-changing opportunity, and the racing is going to be nail-biting to the last. But before we get to the final, it's time to figure out who is going to take the starting grid. Good morning, everybody. Jake Satson here, ready for another fantastic day of race action. We have 5 races to go before we get to the finals. The third and last of our qualifying heats in the juniors that will decide where they're going to be starting on their final grid later on. And then we will have 4 final qualifying heats, which will whittle the grid down to just the top 25 competitors. They will go into the action in the finals. But then there will be one final chance to get onto the grid, the Repage. And the highest qualifying drivers from 26 down to 51st, I believe, to race for the 3 positions. The first 3 drivers over the line will then get to join the competitors at the back of the grid in the final for one final chance to put themselves up in the showcase. It's going to be a really exciting battle, and all of our contenders have got a lot to do and a lot to put on in terms of a show. It's been a very long road to get to this stage. For those who were not able to join us yesterday, we had a fantastic 12-hour encounter which gave us some amazing motorsport, and we really truly got some sensational battles all the way down to the final hour in the 12-hour endurance yesterday. The winning team, Volturno from Italy, managed to come home ahead of the KMRS racing team from Belgium and the MENS racing team from France. Now we go into the action, back into the sprints once again. And this is definitely going to be a nail-biting climax to what has already been a very thrilling run indeed. We've had so many great challenges in the course of the last 48 to 72 hours or so, but it really has been an amazing competition leading up to this point. We've had some really exciting performances leading up to this stage. We've had one man stand on top in the junior category leading up to this point, and that is the Italian Leonardo Rivadossi, who managed to get the pole position in time qualifying on Friday morning, and then came through to take a victory in the opening heat, followed by his rival getting a victory in the second of those races, that is Graziani. So we've definitely got a competitive junior final coming up. There's also going to be some opposition from the Swiss drivers Enzo Raccati and Angela Glielmi, as well as the Italian Alessandro Tersini. Lots to talk about then between the junior competitors, and we'll get to focus on that in just a few short moments' time. In the finals, in the sprint category, it really has been extraordinary to see who's been able to make a strong play of it. The pole position in qualifying in the SK1 category went the way of the German talent Dennis Höller, who has been the former champion of this event back in 2023 in the days when the TB Kart were held in Italy. This is the first year that the competition has been held outside of its native land. And where better than France, the birthplace of motorsport. For those who are watching along on Sky Italia or watching along on GoTV on digital and wondering why on earth you're listening to commentary in English rather than Italian, I do apologise, but this is a truly international event now. This is not just an Italian showcase. It is a truly international motorsport event taking place here in Kartland Paris. And we hope that my English words are not ruining your enjoyment of the motorsport on your screens. So we've got ourselves a fantastic showcase with just 5 races to go. The last qualifying heat in junior and the 4 qualifying heats in SK1. The story so far in SK1 is a pretty straightforward one. The leader up to this point is Lucas Urbani, having taken 2 wins leading up to this stage of proceedings. Dennis Huller has taken a victory and a 2nd place before his run. So he is currently 2nd in the standing, coupled with his pole position from time qualifying. A double victory for Jacques Jorot keeps him in the mix. Delano Deckers and Kevin Capras are also race winners, as too was Chris Dimitriou from Cyprus. But there are plenty of other racers with a chance to put themselves on the top spot. Olivier Laurenson of Switzerland, Mathis Renet of Belgium, and Mauro Palermo and Orlando Sidotti of Italy. And there are also class victories within the competition. Obviously, everybody wants to win the SK1 final overall, but there are 4 classes within these races as well. For the youth category, 15 to 17 years of age. The senior category, 18 to 29 years of age. The masters category for drivers in their 30s, 30 to 39. And then the expert category for drivers 40 years and over. So there are going to be plenty of opportunities for drivers to push their way forward for a great victory. But there is still plenty of racing on the way. Join us in just a couple of minutes' time when we will be able to give ourselves a fantastic battle out on the course. It really has been an amazing challenge leading up to this phase here at Kartland Paris. We've had some absolutely exceptional motorsport up to this point. So many great drivers who have given us such thrilling encounters. We've had nail-biting drama all the way through. We've not just had the winners who have been declared officially putting up a great show. We also had the British driver Louis Harvey cross the line in the lead twice, only to get a couple of penalties. He'll be charging his way through from outright 33rd. So he's obviously going to be trying to stagger his way back up the order in his final qualifying heat. This is going to be a nail for so many different reasons. All of the competitors here who want to push their way to the top spot have got such a lot of racing to do. And as you can see on your screens, just as it has been leading up to this point at Kartland Paris, it's ridiculously sunny here. It's going to be very, very hot. By the time we get to the finals this afternoon, it's probably going to be around 32 to 33 degrees Celsius. Track temperatures are going to be around 50 Celsius, so it's going to be the very, very difficult set of races that we've got in front of us. But before we get underway for any of that, it will be the 3rd and final qualifying heats. First of all in junior, and then the quartet of heats in SK1. They're getting themselves prepared down there in pit lane, so we'll give them a couple of minutes to do so, and then we will be under starters' orders here in the TB Kart Finals 2025.
Ma la safety è davanti a qua, guarda, dove è qua davanti. Appunto. Oh, che è successo? Non abbiamo chiamato Francesco per i bracciali.
io c'ho anche accanto al telecronista.
No, magari.
Prova.
And so off into the races we go. It is time to get the first battle of our Sunday finals day under starters' orders here at Kartland Paris. The wait has been agonizing, and now we are ready to go to battle for the final 8 laps of the day that will set up the start grid in the junior final later today. Starting grid then, Leonardo Rivadossi is going to be on the front row alongside Mirko Graziani. Then the two Swiss drivers, Enzo Raccati and Angelo Guglielmi. Alessandro Tossini will be alongside the German star Leon Langer. Then Giovanni Pozzato and Britain's Isaac Jameson. Jack Baker will be alongside Elijah Hartley. And then Matteo Pediferi and Andres Montes Garcia from Zach Jennings, Pablo Ceballos, and then Guido Maestri, Filippo Miglioranzi, and Jamie Sioptier. So with all of the contenders getting themselves geared up and ready for the show, expect a very intriguing race that will put us into the finals position for the junior category. All of the competitors have been building up to a very exciting show. They've been gathered from all over Europe to race at this level in the junior category. And now they will go for 8 final laps that will set up the starting grid for the junior competition. Yesterday it was all about 2 men, Leonardo Rivadossi and Mirko Graziani, who managed to get a victory apiece. Their rivalry and their battles have been very friendly and fair up to this point. Now, of course, they want to take pole position for the final, and there's going to be plenty of other drivers around them, including Enzo Ricciardi and Angelo Guglielmi, the Swiss drivers, who will want to put themselves up to the sharp end of the field. So let's see what will happen in the final race before the final in the junior category. Heat 3, and this will decide quite a lot in terms of the final reckoning. So Leonardo Rivadossi getting himself lined up in position, parallel to his rival Mirko Graziani. Watch for Ricciardi and Guglielmi, as well as Tassini, Langa, Pozzato, Jameson, Baker, Hartley, Periferi, Montes Garcia, Jennings and Ciballo. We wait for the tricolor to drop, which it does. Now it's a very late call off the start, but the drivers charge their way forward. And it will be a very interesting run to the first turn. Mirko Graziani on the far side, getting a difficult run to the first turn. It's always tricky from second on the grid. And as the drivers race their way through turn 2, it's going to be an interesting battle down to the hairpin. Who can get a good run of it? It's a fast start from Enzo Ricciardi. The Swiss driver Ricciardi has got into second place here behind Leonardo Rivadossi. As the drivers work their way through turn 3 without incident up towards the banking, and Enzo Ricciardi already starting to open up the taps to try and close up on Leonardo Rivadossi. So Rivadossi and Ricciardi, the 2 drivers up in front as they go out of sight underneath the bridge, and they will pop out from underneath the flyover. So Enzo Ricciardi trying to build things up. Mirko Graziani has got himself sustained in 3rd position, so he's going to be pushing hard here to try and close back up. So Rivadossi leads Ricciardi, then it is Graziani. And a very interesting battle further back. Who's that that's worked his way up into 5th position? I think that might be Alessandro Tassini. It is indeed. So Tassini's got ahead of Guglielmi, and then next up it is Giovanni Pozzato. So Giovanni Pozzato moving up to 6th position and already challenging Angelo Guglielmi as they go down the main straight. So up towards turn 1. And Pozzato is trying to get into 5th position in front of Angelo Guglielmi. But Leonardo Rivadossi's got big pressure here. Enzo Ricciardi and Mirko Graziani are trying to move forward. So Ricciardi and Graziani are right in behind Leonardo Rivadossi this time. So as they run their way down the banking, it's going to be an interesting one as Rivadossi tries to defend his position from Ricciardi. Graziani looks for the inside of the banking and decides not to go for it. They go out of vision and go wheel to wheel through the chicane and up to the S's. They'll go underneath the bridge, and Enzo Ricciardi will be trying very hard here to put himself into the lead for the first time in this competition. It's going to be tricky to see if he can sustain the move, but he's also going to have a little bit of opposition, as in 4th position, that is Alessandro Tassini trying to close up. They go past the pits once again, and it's Rivadossi who leads in front of the 2nd place man Enzo Ricciardi, and Mirko Graziani is there with him in 3rd position. Some good battles further back, a few decent overtaking maneuvers. The Brits are on the move, as that looked to me like Jack Baker and Zach Jennings getting overtaking moves there. So a lot of good dueling in the first part of the lap, as everybody is still making good work of things. It's Rivadossi, then Ricciardi, Graziani, Tassini, Guglielmi, Pozzato, Jameson, Periferi, then Hartley, Jennings and Baker from Langer, Montes Garcia and Ceballos. So still a good duel for 2nd place, as Ricciardi has got Mirko Graziani all over the back of him, and the Swiss driver will want nothing less than to pull clear of Graziani and start making waves into Leonardo Rivadossi. But he's got to get into the rhythm and the flow. He doesn't want to overdrive the kart at this stage, just wants to give himself a decent amount of opportunity here through the S's. underneath the bridge once again and under the flyover. It's going to be an interesting run for the contenders, but Rivedossi trying to get away from Riccardi and Graziani. Graziani could do with working here with Riccardi to try and stay on the back of Leonardo Rivedossi's kart. But Rivedossi has a little bit of an advantage here, out in the lead of the race. Riccardi and Graziani are not far away from him. Tossini doing well in P4. And then it is Angelo Guglielmi in front of the Italian Giovanni Pozzato. 7th place in the 8 kart, that is Isaac Jameson. Leon Langer has had a very difficult start to proceedings from P6. Oh, and a run wide there as one of the Brits, I think that is getting slightly out wide there. I think that was Elijah Hartley getting crossed up on the way off the turn. So Elijah Hartley and Zach Jennings have lost a couple of places there. Jack Baker has moved forward in the battle up into 9th position. Battling side by side down to turn 3 with Leon Langer, the German, as Langer puts himself to the inside line. But Baker is there to defend, so it's nicely covered for the moment. But it is a really interesting battle up front as Rivedossi tries his best to pull clear of Riccardi, Graziani and Tossini, with Angelo Guglielmi still trying to cover off the position from Giovanni Pozzato. So the top 3 are very close together now as Graziani is working with Enzo Riccardi to close up on Leonardo Rivedossi. And as they hold them each other up, Alessandro Tossini is now close to them. So it's a quartet as they run close for the victory. We are about to go to the half distance point in this heat. 4 laps completed out of the 8. Meanwhile, Angela Guglielmi is having to defend her 5th position at the moment. And there's a lot of hard charges further back as we've got plenty of battles moving forward. That is Elijah Hartley getting on the inside line of Andres Montegarcia. But on the exit, he can't finish off the move. So up to turn 2, and it's still these 4 drivers battling for the victory up front. No worries at all for the leader, Leonardo Rivedossi, for the moment. But Riccardi, Graziani and Tossini are right in behind. So what can Mirko Graziani do? Enzo Riccardi looking to try and make the bid, but a little bit of defensive tactics now from Rivedossi as Riccardi tries to get level. They go up to the banking, and you can sense that Leonardo Rivedossi is now really starting to struggle to hold the leaders behind him. So this is where the lead could change. We've had 2 different winners so far from the heats on Friday. Leonardo Rivedossi and Mirko Graziani. Can Enzo Riccardi of Switzerland become the 3rd different race winner? It's going to be tricky, but he runs closely on the far side. It looks like there's somebody gone off in the banking further back. Little bit of dust kicked up. But now we get to the hairpin at the end of the lap, as Rivedossi still leads Riccardi, Graziani and Tossini. And up in the 5th position has gone Giovanni Pozzato. Pozzato has got the move there on the inside of Guglielmi. And it's actually, no, it's Jameson. Isaac Jameson that's worked his way up to 6th position. So good driving from Isaac Jameson. He's caught and passed both Guglielmi and Pozzato. So the British driver, Isaac Jameson, getting himself into the top 5 for the first time, ahead of Guglielmi and Pozzato. Then it's Langer, Baker, Jennings, Hartley, Montes Garcia, and then the 2 at the back, Pediferi and Chabalos, battling away amongst themselves. But the top 4 are really close now. Enzo Riccardi is getting impatient, sat in 2nd place behind Rivedossi. And as they work their way to the banking, you do get the sense that Riccardi wants to take the lead as soon as possible. They're on lap 6 out of 8, so you don't want to rush this. It's going to be tricky to keep a lid on the situation. Everybody just wanting to keep themselves focused and alert. They go up to the chicane before the pits as well. Graziani still working with Riccardi to close up on the Rivedossi. Riccardi's got to be smooth if he wants to win this race. Up to the hairpin. There's a great battle further back as now Pozzato has got ahead of Jameson and Guglielmi in the battle for 5th position. And Baker is doing a great job here to hold off Leon Langer. As Guglielmi goes side by side with Pozzato, and Jameson has got back in front. So Isaac Jameson back into P5 here. And the drivers are really having a very tight race of it all the way around the course. Lots of battles everywhere you look. But the big one is about to kick off. We've had 6 laps completed and we've got 2 to go. So now it's time for the race victory to really announce itself. Leonardo Rivedossi in front of Enzo Riccardi. And then in 2nd position, Enzo Riccardi is being challenged by Mirko Graziani. And then in 4th place, it is Alessandro Tossini. So Rivedossi, Graziani and Tossini very close together up at the front end. Through the chicane, under the flyover, and then we'll go along the parallel straight to the finish line. But now it's time for the drivers to really start to push on and find that overtaking move, as Graziani is getting close to Enzo Ricciardi. Ricciardi can sense, though, that the Swiss driver might have what it takes to grab a victory off Leonardo Rivedossi. Down to the hairpin at the end of the pit straight. Graziani getting closer to Ricciardi as Jameson is checking out from the battle between Guglielmi and Rosato. And Baker is doing well to hold off from Langer. 10th position, well, that is currently the British driver. That is Elijah Hartley ahead of Andres Montes Garcia and Zach Jennings. Although actually Zach Jennings looks like he's got ahead now. So Zach Jennings into 11th position ahead of Andres Montes Garcia. So good moves being made, but into the last lap we go, and it really is getting feisty as Enzo Ricciardi is trying every trick in the book on the last lap of the junior third heat to try and move into the lead of this race. Rivedossi having to go defensive as Enzo Ricciardi wants the move. It really is now or never for any driver who wants the victory, as drivers are starting to kick up the dust on this final turn. They go out of my sight, and it's going to be tricky. Who's going to get the victory? Rivedossi, Ricciardi, Tassigny or Graziani. All four drivers close together. They come out of the flyover, and who is leading the way? It is still Rivedossi, but Ricciardi is close. Graziani with him, and they're going to have to really go for this now if they want the victory. Ricciardi gets a good run off the turn. Rivedossi's going to have to move to cover and defend. He moves to the inside line. Ricciardi can go slow in, fast out. If he can chop across on the inside line, Rivedossi's covering the line and defending, but there's going to be two karts working with him here. Graziani and Ricciardi trying to make the move on Rivedossi. They come off the turn. It's going to be stalemate. It's going to be Rivedossi. Leonardo Rivedossi gets the win ahead of Enzo Ricciardi. Beautifully timed and a great bit of battling all the way to the checkered flag as Rivedossi gets the win from Ricciardi, Graziani and Tassigny. Isaac Jameson in a valiant P5. 6th position for Angelo Guglielmi ahead of Giovanni Pozzato and Jack Baker. Then it is Leon Langer, Elijah Hartley, Zach Jennings, Andres Montes Garcia, and the final two drivers home, Matteo Pediferi and Pablo Ceballos. But an amazing start to the day in junior as Leonardo Rivedossi makes it 2 wins out of 3 so far in the competition, and coupled with his pole position, that secures him pole for the final. What an opportunity then for Leonardo Rivedossi as he takes one step closer to winning the junior category of the TB Kart Finals 2025. A great start to Sunday's action here at Kartland Paris. But Leonardo Rivedossi comes through for the win. 2nd place for Enzo Ricciardi, then Mirko Graziani and Alessandro Tassigny. 5th for Isaac Jameson of Great Britain, Angelo Guglielmi of Switzerland in P6, then Giovanni Pozzato, Jack Baker, Leon Langer and Elijah Hartley. Zach Jennings is 11th in front of Andres Montes Garcia, then Matteo Pediferi and Pablo Ceballos. So a great opening race that really gives us a taster of what we can expect from the SK1s as the drivers come in, and Leonardo Rivedossi has done a brilliant job here to put himself right up to the sharp end, and there's a lot that the drivers here can be happy with after such a sensational duel. Everybody put in a great showcase there and really open up the taps on a good display. So good to see everybody really coming through after a very hard but very clean and fair race there. So the junior drivers could teach the SK1 drivers a thing or two about racing hard and fair. But a good opener here at Kartland Paris as the competitors clamber from the karts. There's a lot of handshakes around there as well. Isaac Jameson shaking hands with Giovanni Pozzato after a good battle. Pozzato shakes hands as well with Angelo Guglielmi, the Swiss driver. So some good racing all around there from the juniors. They really did give us a nail-biting conclusion on the last lap, ending as a stalemate, but you do get the sense that Enzo Ricciardi is going to be a real threat in this final against the likes of Mirko Graziani and Leonardo Rivedossi, who now makes it 2 wins out of 3. And that's a great start here today for the Italian. But some good performances all round, particularly for young Isaac Jameson, climbing his way to the top 5 positions there in the penultimate race of the day in junior. Some really great racecraft from the Brits today. They learnt a lot yesterday in the heats, clearly. particularly from the likes of Isaac Jameson and Jack Baker. They really put on some good work there in the midfield. Leon Langer, unfortunate at the start. That cost him quite a lot. But also kudos to Angeli Glielmi for hanging on in a great duel there with Giovanni Pozzato that lasted all the way to the finish line. We're in for a really good final from the juniors later. But for the moment, it's Leonardo Rivedossi, who has 2 wins out of 3 and goes into the junior final as the favourite. We're going to take a quick pause as we get ourselves ready for the first of our SK1 heats. Group A is going to be fiercely competitive.
Torna a casa che non voglio più.
torna a casa che non voglio più apparire.
And so we come to the finals of the SK1 category. We've got the first heats of the day, and it's going to be 3A, the group that heads out first and foremost. It'll be a very competitive race to start us off with. The man who currently leads the interim, Lucas Urbani, at the top of the grid, along with Kevin Capras of Belgium alongside him. Second row of the grid, we'll see the Italian, the leader in the young category of this particular heat, Moro Palermo, alongside the Masters talent, Kevin Tuvenin. And then we'll have Alessandro Vanacci lining up beside Francisco Alfaro. Ivan Moreno, the Spaniard, will be alongside Arnaud de Melur, and then the British driver Louis Harvey, ninth on the grid, alongside the Frenchman Alexandre Wittmeyer. Then for Georgia, we'll have Evgeny Kudusov and Yanis Mora of Switzerland. Then we'll have Tukisianu, the Cypriot, alongside Mattia Lobianco. And then a fleet of Italians, Davide Bonaretti, Fioravante Pallavicino, Salvatore Rica and Stefano Catani. And then Davide Periferi will be alongside Giorgio Stiafilo. Rion Tatinju of Kosovo will be alongside Francisco Velasco. And then it will just be Nutsa Mikachatsi on her own at the back of the grid, because Stu Stretton has decided not to compete in today's races after his unbelievable run in yesterday's endurance race, when he ran the entire 12-hour race on his own. And he even made it to the finish of the race, and he wasn't in last position either. So an absolutely incredible run from Stu Stretton. He tried to consider him into position, but it wasn't to be. So as we go into race number 3A, lots of talking points to consider here. Lucas Urbani in particular coming in as the favourite with 2 victories on Friday, but he's going to have a lot of opposition. Kevin Capras will be right there for the hunt on the front row of the starting grid. And watch for the English driver Louis Harvey, frustrated after crossing the line in first place twice on Friday and not being able to take the victories after a couple of penalties, one in each heat. So now the drivers will go onto the starting grid. They are in position. It's going to be a fantastic rolling start. And so the drivers are ready for another exciting encounter. Lucas Urbani and Kevin Capras from Moro Palermo and Kevin Tuvenin, Alessandro Vanacci and Francisco Alfaro, Ivan Moreno and Arnaud de Melur from Louis Harvey and Alexandre Wittmeyer, Evgeny Kudusov and Yanis Mora from Tukis Lobianco. Then Davide Bonaretti and Fioravante Pallavicino, Salvatore Rica and Stefano Catani from Davide Periferi and Giorgio Stiafilo, Rion Tatinju and Francisco Velasco, and then it's Nutsa Mikachatsi of Georgia who will complete the grid. So the drivers are getting themselves lined up then in the 2 tram lines. They will have 1 formation lap, and then they will race for 8 laps around the course as they did on Friday. The fantastic Kartland Paris circuit, giving us 12 kilometres of race action in each of these SK1 heats. And the winners, of course, will add to their points tally. The top 25 drivers will be the ones that automatically go through to the final. And then in the repechage, it'll be the drivers placed from 26th to 51st that will get 26th to 51st in the rankings, that will get their chance to continue on their journey in the repechage in the hope that they can come through in the top 3. So the drivers then in position. The front row of the grid is Lucas Urbani and Kevin Capras, then Moro Palermo and Kevin Tuvenin, then Vanacci, Harvey, Wittmeyer, Kudisov, Joanu, Lobianco, Bonaretti and Pallavicino, from Rica, Catani, Periferi, Teofilo, and then Tatinju, Velasco and Mikachatsa. They come off the final turn. They're going to be charging down. They wait for the tricolor to drop on the main straight. They'll get the command to go racing, and then we will charge for the first corner. Good start from Lucas Urbani. No problems at all from Capras, but he's going to have a bit of a worry through turn 2. Capras is going to try and slot himself neatly into second position, and they've got a great start as drivers are already going wide through turn 2. A lot of dust kicked up as everybody trying their best to work their way forward. Breaking into the hairpin of turn 3. Looks like Urbani's got a perfect start, but there is going to be issues from drivers further back as we get a couple of drivers running wide. Of course, with the amount of sun that we've had and the lack of precipitation, it is not grass on the sideline. It is now just pure dust as the drivers work forward through the S's, and once again underneath the bridge as the drivers work there up on the first lap underneath the flyover. We'll see what kind of positions the drivers will be in. We've got one clear leader as they work their way through. Is that Lucas Urbani, or has he had some pressure from someone moving forward? It's not Lucas Urbani. So Urbani is down into about 4th position. It's the number 2 that's come forward. It is Kevin Capras. So Kevin Capras has come forward into the lead. Lucas Urbani is down into 4th position. We've already got some big charges forward, and a couple of drivers already making some good moves in the early part of the race here. But there's a lot of jockeying for position, a lot of toing and froing, as drivers are trying to get on a good race in the early stages. But out in front, it is Kevin Capras from Moro Palermo, then Alessandro Vanacci and Lucas Urbani. Alfaro, Tuvenin, Moreno, Harvey, Kudusov and Yanis Mora is the top 10. So Kevin Capras has made the perfect start. We've got a spinner. Someone has spun it up at turn 2. So we've got one driver falling to the back of the pack, I'm afraid. And that is not the way to get forward. And there is an absolutely enraged attitude from the driver involved. Not happy at all with the way that they were squeezed there at turn 2. So certainly there is one driver in particular in very foul mood. We continue on this second heat. But up in front, Kevin Capras has got it exactly how he wants it. Out in the lead of the race here in the SK1 category for race 3A. Good run so far from the man in second place. That is the number 3. That is Moro Palermo. The young Italian is up the inside. That's going to be a charge from Lucas Urbani. As Lucas Urbani gets through in a third position on the inside of Alessandro Vanacci. So Urbani back in a third position past Vanacci. And there's a real charge from the contenders further back, and we're trying to find a little bit more from themselves down into the braking zones for these corners. But Urbani through into third, and up to fifth comes Kevin Tuvenin. Louis Harvey got the run there on Ivan Moreno as well, so he's up another place. So a lot of drivers making progress, overtaking moves on second lap from Urbani, Tuvenin and Louis Harvey. They all managed to move up a place. And there's a lot of dust being kicked up. Drivers are finding that it's very tricky in the early phase of the day here, as they want to try and put themselves into good position. This is the earliest in the weekend that the drivers have gone racing in a sprint, because of course it was about this time on Friday that they were doing qualifying. So it's very difficult to see how the drivers are coping with the situation. They've had 3 very different times of day to go racing in the qualifying heats. So it's going to be an interesting one for Kevin Capras, but not as interesting as it is for the man in second trying to catch him, Moro Palermo. Lucas Urbani, and up in the fourth place, that is now Kevin Tuvenin. So Kevin Tuvenin has worked his way further forward, and he has got himself into fourth position there in front of Louis Harvey. So Tuvenin and Harvey have come up into the top 5 now. Great work, as Tuvenin has got ahead of Alessandro Vanacci, and Louis Harvey's gone with him. So Alfaro is 6th, Moreno is 7th, Kudisov is in 8th position, and then Vanacci and Mora. And the man who was furious on that lap of going around was Salvatore Rica. So Salvatore Rica is the man who's desperately trying to catch up to the back of the pack after his spin earlier on, as Louis Harvey has gone into fourth place now. He's got ahead of Kevin Tuvenin. So up past Tuvenin goes the British driver Louis Harvey, trying desperately to work his way back into the pack. First on the road twice, but penalties kept him from the win. So he's now trying to salvage his way back into the finals. And a victory would certainly get the job done for Louis Harvey, but he's really got to work himself into a bit of a lather here. Capras has got a decent lead. Second place for Moro Palermo, and then it is Lucas Urbani. But the next man in is Louis Harvey, and Palermo really pushing it, kicked up the dust as he went through the chicane. Kevin Tuvenin and Alfaro are right in behind Louis Harvey. So Harvey, Tuvenin and Alfaro together with Ivan Moreno in P7. And there's some good battles as Yanis Mora is trying to get his overtaking move here on Alessandro Vanacci. So some difficulties there for Vanacci, who was up in the top 5. Himself dealing with Yanis Mora. Arno De Malor and Stefano Catani have managed to move up at the expense of Tucasiano, Mattia Lobianco and Fioravante Pallavicino, who's dropped all the way now behind Rion Tatinju of Kosovo. So there's still a big shot of the deck in midfield. Drivers are still to find that little bit of additional pace. But it's going to be tricky. They've got 4 laps to go, including the one we're currently on. So now we're going to see who is going to make a little bit more work of things as they charge their way through on the far side of the decks now. But no problems at all, no pressure even for Kevin Capras, the Belgian, looking so strong in the lead here. But Lucas Urbani is trying to close up on Moro Palermo as Kevin Tuvenin is back in a 4th position. He's got ahead of Louis Harvey once again. Harvey's going to come straight back at him into the hairpin, and he'll go for 4th position, but on the exit, Tavernier is going to go with him. Tavernier trying to gesture to Louis Harvey. Come on, work with me. But Louis Harvey is not playing ball. He gets into fourth position at the expense of Kevin Tavernier once again. And Tavernier is gesticulating to Louis. Look, let's work together and go after the leaders. Louis Harvey is not going to work with Tavernier if he's got any say in the matter. So Tavernier dives back on the inside and retakes Louis Harvey. So Tavernier back into fourth position. And now we're starting to get a bit of a tighten up for fourth position. And that's a bit of a costly one for Louis Harvey because he's also lost out there to Francisco Alfaro. And there's a penalty going out for Francisco Velasco. 5 seconds for contact there for Velasco. That's not gone well for the Spaniard as he has dropped to the back of the field regardless. So not only has he got an incident that's dropped him to the back, he's also got a penalty for causing the incident. Under the bridge. And no problems at all for Kevin Capras. He leads the way from Palermo and Urbani. And then we've got this amazing 4-kart scrap for fourth position. Tavernier, Alfaro, Harvey and Moreno. So down to the hairpin we go, and it's going to be very interesting to see which driver is going to emerge from this little gaggle of karts in fourth position at the end of it all. But Kevin Tavernier has got a little bit of a support here from Alfaro. Then Louis Harvey and then Ivan Moreno. Now Harvey is going to try and go here with the hard charging Francisco Alfaro to storm past Tavernier, and they've done it. So Louis Harvey opens the door for Francisco Alfaro, and Alfaro gets into fourth place. Harvey goes into fifth, all at the expense of Kevin Tavernier. So Tavernier drops back down the order, and now Harvey's going to go rogue and go side by side here with Alfaro as Ivan Moreno is trying to get the move on Kevin Tavernier in the same breath. They go all 4 karts together there into the banking. And it looks to me as though it's Harvey that's just a whisker in front of Alfaro, Tavernier and Moreno for the time being. But now for the leaders, Kevin Capras, no problem at all to lead this one, and he's not going to have any pressure for the victory on the last 2 laps. He's got a perfect launch, but Mauro Palermo's got all sorts of problems. Lucas Urbani's all over the back of him. So as Kevin Capras checks out for the win in front, this is all going to come down to the pressure cooker built on Mauro Palermo by the talented Lucas Urbani. Now Francisco Alfaro finds himself in fourth place as Moreno dives in on Kevin Tavernier. So Ivan Moreno gets into 6th position off the hairpin. That's good news for Alfaro and Harvey because that's going to take the pressure off them going into the final lap. And here comes Lucas Urbani. 3rd position as we go into the last lap. He's going to try and take on the Italian Mauro Palermo. Can he get the move into 2nd position? He's not going to take him there. But he'll have a look on the outside of the 2nd corner as they run side by side. And Lucas Urbani's going to go slow in and fast out of the hairpin. He'll get a run up towards the banking. Mauro Palermo having to go defensive as Lucas Urbani really holds on the nerve as Ivan Moreno has got up the inside of Louis Harvey to move up into the top 5. So the Spaniard, Ivan Moreno, is on the charge. Now he's going to have a try on the inside of his countryman, Francisco Alfaro, and he backs out of it. Louis Harvey's now going to try and get himself back into the top 5, and Kevin Tavernier is still threatening behind them as well. But out in front, no worries at all for the race leader, Kevin Capras, who is almost certainly going to convert this into the victory. Side by side for 2nd. It's going to be tough. Urbani on the inside as Palermo defends valiantly. Mauro Palermo trying every trick in the book to keep Lucas Urbani behind. Palermo, middle of the road, and he's pushing, and he's fast Palermo wide. Palermo is not happy with Lucas Urbani, who's gone in front, as Kevin Capras takes the victory out front. Excellent from Kevin Capras, and Palermo is going to race in a drag race from Lucas Urbani, and it's Palermo! Palermo has out-dragged Urbani to the finish line. Excellent work from Mauro Palermo. He gets instant karma and instant revenge. Absolutely incredible as Alfaro comes home in 4th position, and Louis Harvey has yet another penalty at the end of the race there. 5 seconds penalty added to Louis Harvey's race time for contact, and that drops him right down the order. What a shame. 5th position for Kevin Tavernier from Evgeny Kudisov, who worked his way all the way to P6. Then Alessandro Wittmeyer, Yanis Mora, Davide Bonoretti, and Arno De Malor in the top 10. Alessandro Vanacci. Louis Harvey is classified in 12th in the end from Ducasiano. Ivan Moreno, who was also down the order. Looks like Ivan Moreno had an off there at the final reckoning. Penalty as well for Fioravanti, Pallavicino, and also for Tunis Iano. Ducasiano got a penalty. So Ivan Moreno down to 14th, Stefano Catani and Mattia Lobianco. Then Davide Periferi and Fioravante Pallavicino. Rion Tinju 19th in front of Georges Diafilo. And then Salvatore Rica and Nutsa Mikachazzi. And then there was the 5-second penalty handed to Francisco Velasco, which drops him to the back of the field. It's a dominant win for Kevin Capras. It's a fighting drive for Mauro Palermo. And Lucas Urbani has to settle for third position.
Slumber City got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really with none.
The stage is set then for the second of our SK1 heats. 3B is the race that will take us on to the next part of the chapter. Dennis Müller, Chris Dimitri, in the front row starting with this one. The German and the Cypriot. Orlando Sidotti is going to go alongside Bruno Furman. It'll be interesting to see what he's going to do in the second row. Salvatore Nito, fresh off the back of his 12-hour run yesterday. The team from Volturno. Got the victory, and Salvatore Nito really wanted to do something from that third row of the starting grid. There's a lot of opposition there. Dennis Müller, of course, pressure on him from the opposition. He's exactly the man who won this race back in 2023 back in Italy. And this is a chance for him to stand up and go for it. Obviously, it will be very, very tricky to know if he's going to get the job done. I think this was Dennis Müller in 2023 and 2024. He's going to get the job done in 2024 for the first time being out of Italy. It will be a very competitive race for the drivers. So they venture out onto the course once again, and it'll be a fascinating battle now as Dennis third position for Orlando Sidotti and the German talent Bruno Furman. And from the Faroe Islands, Ian Anderson, the one driver in the field who is actually deaf and is doing a fantastic job up at the sharp end of the field. He's a favourite to win the expert category here. Enea Cimini doing a good run in 9th on the grid with Eduardo Caballo in 10th position. Then it's an all-British row 6. Harry Hurst-Grover versus Lewis Sumner. And then Roman Morelli and Karl Lupek from Julien Delacroix and Matteo Glielmi. Evis Duca and Alexandro Pefa from Anthony Nesta and Christian Suarez. Giro Corentin and Hugo Fascella from Endre Tetingiu and Adrian Speroni. So with the drivers getting themselves geared up, ready for the start then, Dennis Müller and Chris Dimitriou, the German and the Cypriot. It'll be very tight indeed for those two off the front of the starting grid, but do not count out the hard-charging Orlando Sidotti, the Italian third place, wanting to go fresh out of the blocks and bag a victory with a lot of opposition to try and move his way further forward. It's going to be very competitive on the outset. Everybody wanting to move their way further forward. So Dennis Müller, Chris Dimitriou, Orlando Sidotti and Bruno Furman, and Salvatore Nito and Elliot Macagni from Ferreras, Anderson, Cimini and Caballo. So the pace kart, driven by last year's winner and now TB kart test driver Antoine Moulet, running through the course as the drivers get themselves into their 2 rows of formation. Here on the circuit, Kartland 3 of Kartland Paris. It'll be fascinating to see what the drivers can do off the start. But certainly for Dennis Müller, he is the favourite to move into the lead at the first corner. But he'll have so much opposition from Dimitriou, Sidotti, Furman, Ferreras, Cimini, Caballo, Hurst-Grover and Sumner from Morelli, Vilupec, Delacroix, Glielmi, Nesta, Suarez, Corentin, Fascella, Tetingiu and Speroni. And so as the field comes off the turn, they're waiting for the tricolor to drop in position at the far side of the course. It will drop now, and we're racing it off at the starter's orders. Fantastic run up to the charge for Dennis Müller. Can Chris Dimitriou find himself into the first couple of corners with a good run? He's there on the far side. He's going to lose ground initially, I think, to Orlando Sidotti as they work their way through. It's going to be very tricky off the turn. And still the competitors charge for turn 3 back on the inside line. A hard charging run there for Orlando Sidotti to hold on to the place as the drivers work their way through turn 3. Little bit wide, little bit dusty as well as they come off the line and then kick back in up towards the banking. They will run through, tighten that through that left-hander, getting that little bit of elevation of camber. Then they will tuck back in for the dog leg left and the tighten out right to come back through to the right-left underneath the flyover. So back towards our position, Dennis Müller, the German driver, winner of the event back in 2023, looking comfortable as they come towards us now from underneath the passover. Then they will work their way through to the left and to the right. Let's see who's up in front. It is still Dennis Müller, but who's that in second place? Is that Salvatore Nito? It is indeed. So Salvatore Nito has got himself into second position. The Italian has charged his way from the third row. And as the drivers work their way into the hairpin, it is the 2 leaders well out in front. Dimitriou in third position now, trying to get clear of the rest of the competitors as Orlando Sidotti has had an absolutely horrific start and has dropped all the way outside the top 10 by the look of it. Dennis Huller leads the way from Salvatore Nito. Then Dario Ferreras is in P4 ahead of Elliot McCagny. Then it is Anea Cimini, Bruno Fairman, Harry Hurst-Grover in 8th position. Then Julien Delacroix and Ian Anderson P10 in front of Caballo, Vilupec, Morelli, Sidotti all the way down in 14th. And then it is Lewis Sumner P15th ahead of Alexandre Peifer, and then Anthony Nesta, Giraud Martin, Elis Luca, Christian Suarez, Hugo Fischella, Hendrik Titinju and Matteo Glielmi all the way down at the back, having had a horrendous start himself. So Glielmi and Sidotti really on the back foot, trying to make up a bit of ground. But into the lead, Dennis Huller's got big pressure here from Salvatore Nito, who's in front. Salvatore Nito's got ahead. So Salvatore Nito leading Dennis Huller. This is going to be a fantastic continuation of the race battle for Salvatore Nito. So Salvatore Nito, the Italian, leading here in front of Dennis Huller. Dennis Huller trying to get back on terms with Salvatore Nito, but it is going to be tricky as the drivers run very close together. Lewis Sumner's got ahead now, the Italian Orlando Sidotti, but there's a lot of drivers trying to make up for the ground they lost in the first couple of laps, as several drivers ended up in dire strait. And it looks as though we've got a penalty. We've got 3 drivers getting penalties here. So we've got penalties for Hendrik Tidinshu, for Alexandre Peifer, and for Harry Hurst-Grover. They've all got penalties on the first lap then. 5 seconds for race contact. Oh, one of them is not for that, my apologies. Hendrik Tidinshu got a 3-second penalty for not respecting the start procedure. So Titinju getting a 3-second penalty, and Peifer and Hurst-Grover getting penalties for contact. 5 seconds for the Frenchman and the Englishman. So as they come under the flyover once again, Dennis Huller is really putting Salvatore Nito under some pressure here. Nito runs in a perfectly run race at the moment up front, but the battle for third is intensifying as Dario Ferreras has got a sight set firmly on third place, and he wants to get the run here on Chris Dimitri. Oh, contact! 2 cars coming on the road there together, and that is an absolutely enraged Harry Hurst-Grover. No, wait, that's Lewis Sumner, I believe. So contact there between Sumner and I think Roman Morelli. Very difficult moment then for the competitors there, and it's all gone horribly wrong. But we're going to wait to see who comes through. Oh no, wait, it was Harry Hurst-Grover. So Harry Hurst-Grover coming together there with, I think, Eduardo Caballo. So very tricky indeed for those two, and not very happy at all, Harry Hurst-Grover, having already had a penalty for contact handed his way. He then gets a little tap from somebody else on the way through to the chicane. But Salvatore Nito leads from Dennis Huller and Chris Dimitriou on the 4th lap out of 8 here. So many battles in the midfield already. This has been one of the more chaotic of the races, as now Salvatore Nito trying to control his pace with Dennis Huller all over the back of him. And so the German talent, Dennis Huller, looking for his opportunity to get back on terms with Salvatore Nito, as Dario Ferreras closes up on Chris Dimitriou. 5th place is Elliot McCagny, not too far back from him. So Dennis Huller looking for a good run off the turn behind Salvatore Nito. Over his shoulder to make sure that the battle for third position is falling back, which indeed it is. So some very tough racing going on further back, and these incidents are very much backing up the pack now. And there's a yellow flag. Who's that that's gone off into the barriers? Down at the back of the field, we've got somebody going clean off the road, and it's a very enraged number 10. So that has gone well at all for Eduardo Caballo. So Eduardo Caballo, the Spanish driver, finds himself now down at the back, and the car behind him, that is Carlos Vilupec, is it? So a real problem for the 14, as Karel Vilupec is going to trundle back to the pits and retirement. So very unfortunate there for Karel Vilupec. So the Polish driver has thrown in the towel, and it's game over for him, and I think that might be his competition over as well. Back towards the pits we go for the leaders with 3.5 laps to go. Salvatore Nito still trying to defend here from Dennis Huller, as Dario Ferreras is all over Chris Dimitriou. Good battles going on further back, as Ian Anderson has closed right up on Anea Cimini. So Anderson is trying to get his run here on Anea Cimini, the Italian. Not a bad run either from the number 15, that is Julien Delacroix, who helped push Team Canada into 4th position yesterday in the endurance race. And he's going side by side down the straight. I think that is going to be Ian Anderson making his move on Enea Cimini into turn 1. And the man from the Faroe Islands has got through. Ian Anderson going side by side with Enea Cimini down the straight. And Anderson is through. Excellent work then from the Scandinavian, as Ian Anderson is now trying to fend off from Enea Cimini, and he's shaking his fist at Cimini as they go out of turn 3, but he holds his position. Ian Anderson, no problem at all for the death racer from the Faroe Islands. A great run from Ian Anderson as he puts himself into position now. 7th place for Ian Anderson. Now running parallel along the straight, Nito and Hula still battling away for the victory. 3rd place, Chris Dimitriou still battling away very closely indeed here for 3rd place with Dario Ferreras. And Hula is just biding his time here behind Salvatore Nito. They'll cross the line this time, and there'll only be 2 laps to go in race 3B. But can Dario Ferreras dislodge Chris Dimitriou in the top 3, and can Dennis Hula go after Salvatore Nito one more time? There's a lot of pressure on the 2 drivers here as they run right at the sharp end up front. Dennis Hula still fancies his chances here behind Salvatore Nito. He's not let the Italian get away, and Dennis Hula really is the master of pursuing his opponents. Able to run very close to him. Dario Ferreras closes up on Dimitriou for 3rd position. A lot of the drivers here knowing that this is their last chance, their last gasp hope of getting in. So they're going to be pushing right to the dais. Under the flyover will come our leaders. And it's going to be very close indeed between Salvatore Nito in the lead and Dennis Hula in 2nd position. Hula still wanting to try and make the bid as they come through. Here comes Dennis Hula, closer to Salvatore Nito than he's been for a while now. As they go up to the left-hander, they'll sweep through the left and tuck in on the right. Dennis Hula still putting Salvatore Nito under good. Dario Ferreras is trying to get the run here on 3rd position for Chris Dimitriou as well. No change for 1st position. Ferreras not close enough for 3rd either on Chris Dimitriou. So Dennis Hula all over Salvatore Nito. Italy versus Germany. And then further back we've got Cyprus versus Spain. It's going to be very tight to the finish as we go into the final lap of race 3B. Can Dennis Hula get the run on Salvatore Nito into turn 1? He's not close enough yet, so he's got to work through turn 2. Close back up in the hairpin at 3. He can start to really make the bid. He's not going to dive in there on Salvatore Nito, but he's going to go slow in, fast out in the hope that he can get a run up to the banking. Dario Ferreras is closing right up on Chris Dimitriou as well. So this has been one of the more spread out affairs in the qualifying heats. But who's going to get the win? Is it going to be the Italian? Will it be the Italian Salvatore Nito, or will it be the German talent Dennis Hula? They go under the bridge, and let's see who's going to get there first. Nito versus Hula. It is a very tight race between them, and Dennis Hula is starting to look for the moves. He's only going to get one shot here, really. He needs to get a good run off the right-hander, tucking down to the hairpin. Salvatore Nito can defend, but he's pulling clear. So Salvatore Nito might have done enough here to hold on in front of Dennis Hula. Hula will have to consolidate for 2nd place. He knows that there's a chance in the final, so it looks to me as though it's going to be the Italian Salvatore Nito will come through for the victory. It's an Italian that just beats Dennis Hula over the line on this occasion. A fastest lap of the race from Dennis Hula on the very last lap was not enough to eclipse Salvatore Nito. Chris Dimitriou in 3rd position, a very tough run. In front of Elliot Macagni and Julien Delacroix. Then Ian Anderson in front of Lewis Sumner. And then Enea Cimini and Orlando Sidotti. Alexander Pfeiffer down to 11th after his penalty. Then Evis Luca, Hugo Fascella and Bruno, who really dropped back to 14th. Giraud Corentin and Anthony Netta. After his penalty, Harry Hurst-Grover falls all the way to 17th, I'm afraid. Then Matteo Glielmi, Romain Morelli, Christian Suarez, Hendrik Titinju, Eduardo Caballo, and the man who failed to finish the race in the end, that was Karol Velupek. In fact, Eduardo Caballo also pulled into the pits to retire. But Salvatore Nito manages to hold off the hard-charging Dennis Hula after what has been a sensational run for the Italian. He won the 12 hour with his teammates yesterday, Now he's on the course to fight for Italy in the TB Kart Finals in the SK1 Grant. So it's going to be very close indeed. But certainly for Salvatore Nito, this is exactly what he wanted. He's got himself into a prime position, having come home ahead of Dennis Huller and Chris Demetriou. This is going to be a very exciting continuation.
Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I do this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none.
Quante gare mancano? Non si sa? Ma quante sono? Che calcolano? Pollo allora. No, io non le voglio le patatine.
Out onto the course once again, and it's going to be a fascinating duel for our contenders in the third of our encounters. It is 3B that we now venture into. So let's see what the competitors will give us in this next run out on the course. It's going to be a very tough race for all of our competitors here. But Jacques Giraud lining up alongside on the front row of the grid, Olivier Laurençon. And then we have Gonzalo Lopez and Tom Delfosse, followed by Pierre Cageux and Vadim Molinov. Then it is Elliot Foster alongside Riccardo Bucci. Behind them it is Maximilian David alongside the next competitor Mathieu Boudelic. Then we have Davide Condorelli and Giovanni Mollo from Noah Terra and Ryan Bomasata. And then we have Alessandro Pace alongside Cristiano. After that it is Riccardo De Filippo and then Christian Scholhey. And then completing the field it is Youssef Fahmy alongside Nikos Dimitrou. And then Thomas Holland is in the field for this one alongside Mattia Schutti. And then at the back of the grid it is Marian Nicoli. So now the drivers just get themselves dialed in, ready for the penultimate race before we get to the repechage. Drivers do not want to end up in that repechage, of course. They want to make sure that they stay well out of it. But it will be a hard task for all of the contenders as they get themselves into position. Jacques Giraud is one of my favourites for this one after his performance yesterday. Calm and collected, managed to get himself into a neat position to make it all happen. And on home soil, he would dearly love to make this race a possibility. So the contenders are just hoping for a reasonable start, as the pace car driver Antoine Moulet is hoping for a reasonable start as they run through. And there's a problem on the front row of the grid. There's a problem on the front row. It looks as though the man in second place has stalled on the grid. So the engine is stalled. It looks like they'll go around again. Well, a big issue there on the front end of the field for this one. Not the kind of situation the drivers were expecting going ahead of this one as well. So a very tricky situation, and that's going to be a big problem for Olivier Laurençon, the Swiss driver. As the drivers go around again, it looks as though he's been able to restart the kart, but it looked as though the engine just dropped on him there as they were going through the S's, so they decided not to flag the start. And so the drivers get the chance to go around again and grid up a second time. Well, that was nerve-wracking. And so the contenders have got to go around a second time, getting themselves ready for a restart. Jacques Giraud and Olivier Laurençon from Gonzalo Lopez and Tom Delfosse with Pierre Cageux in P5. And then in P6 on the grid it will be Vadim Molinov of Georgia. Lots of great opposition all the way down the field, but certainly for Jacques Giraud, it is a big chance for him to make it 3 wins out of 3 and put himself into pole position for the SK1 finals. If he wins his third race, then he'll have no opposition to challenge him on the front of the grid for the TB Kart final in SK1. So all eyes are going to be on Jacques Giraud, but has he got what it takes to fend off from the hard chargers around him? Keep an eye on Gonzalo Lopez and Tom Delfosse in particular on that second row of the grid. Olivier Laurençon wants to get a decent start off the line. So there's a lot of great opposition in this one, and there's going to be so many conflicting battles as they come off the turns. So we will see how the focus continues here. The drivers looking to have an exceptional run from the outset. So they back into the chicane. The kart driver pulls off, and it looks as though we are going to get a decent start from the launch. The competitors run through, they fan out into the 2 tram lines, and now it's going to be Jacques Giraud versus Olivier Laurençon to the first corner. The tricolor flies, and we're racing in 3C. Drivers charge for the apex at turn 1, and they will run through, and that's going to be Gonzalo Lopez, I think, in his second position, although he's going to have a lot of opposition from Laurençon around the outside. I think Laurençon's going to be able to keep his foot in here. Gonzalo Lopez, he's going to have to slot back into third position. Fourth position for Gonzalo Lopez. A terrific start from Olivier Laurençon under the circumstances as the drivers knit their way through turn 3, hoping not to get into too much hot water. But Olivier Laurençon has held his nerve in second place, charging after the race leader Jacques Giraud. So it's all going beautifully from their perspective, exactly what Joro and Larosso needed on the first part of the lap. And as they work their way through the S's, everybody trying to keep it nice and tidy and not kick up too much of the dust. And so down the parallel straight alongside the start-finish line, it is a great run out in front from our race leader, but Olivier Larosso has held his nerve, and that's Tom Delfos, who's now up in a third position. He got a better start than Gonzalo Lopez. So they're going to run through in position again, and this is going to be Tom Delfos getting his move on the inside line and into second position. A great overtake from Tom Delfos in the S's. So Tom Delfos comes through, and it's going to be absolute skittles further back. Everybody trying to knit their way through the chicane. One car having to take to the grass to avoid the contact. But it is a fantastic charge forward. The race leader is Jacques Joro. But Tom Delfos has come through in a second position from the second row. And Gonzalo Lopez is now staring at the back bumper of our man in P2, Olivier Larosso, and there's an off in the background as somebody drops to the back of the field. Definitely not good news from their perspective. Unfortunately, my timing screen is still showing the last race rather than the current goings on in this one. Hopefully that'll update very shortly. But Jacques Joro is your race leader for the time being. A very good run indeed for him, but he's got pressure from Tom Delfos, the Belgian, who really is trying to ramp up the attack, and he's going very quickly indeed here. Tom Delfos all over the back of Jacques Joro. So Delfos is going to try and make his bid on the inside. Joro is trying to keep him off his back, but no! Tom Delfos is going quick enough that he can outpace Jacques Joro and goes into the hairpin and into the lead. So Tom Delfos takes over the lead on this occasion. An excellent run indeed then from Tom Delfos. Exactly what he needed from this outcome to boost his chances on the grid. And so Tom Delfos has taken the advantage from Jacques Joro. Jacques Joro, of course, really needed to have a triple victory in these heats to secure his place up at the sharp end. But that has not been the case for him at the moment, because Tom Delfos has overtaken him and got ahead. But if Joro can manage to get back past the Belgian, then he would take the pole position guaranteed. If not, then it would come down to the aggregated points, and that's going to be a close run affair. Tom Delfos leads the way from Jacques Joro, then Olivier Larosso, Lopez, Pierre Cageux, and Barry Molyneux. It is Riccardo and Elliot from Giovanni Mollo and Maximilian David. Riccardo De Filippo and Youssef Fahmy, the Egyptian, running in the top 12. So the driver in trouble is Ryan Bamasata, who ended up having a run off the course. He's also got a 10-second penalty as the Frenchman. So Ryan Bamasata, a 10-second penalty for track limits. There's also a 5-second penalty handed out to the 15. That is Alessandro Pace for contact. So there's already been a couple of shenanigans in this race. But the competitors are really having a race of it as they run through on the far side. Across the line then for Tom Delfos in front of Jacques Joro and Olivier Larosso. Then it is Lopez, Molinov, Cageux, Bucci and Mollo. But there's definitely been a couple of big moments in this race already as drivers are starting to fall back in the pack. So Ryan Bamasata's 10-second penalty is really costing him dear as he is dropping a long way down the order, down to the back in fact, for the Frenchman Ryan Bamasata. That 10-second penalty for track limits definitely not helping him out. So through the chicane, underneath the flyover, is your race leader, and that is still the Belgian Tom Delfos as he comes through ahead of his big opponent in this one, Jacques Joro. Have to make it 3 wins out of 3. He's still got a good chance to do that, but Tom Delfos is controlling the pace of this one out in first position. Joro is not falling away from Tom Delfos though. So Joro appears to be quite content to run in second place. Third position for Olivier Larosso. And then we've got the train, and it's led by Lopez. Then Vadim Molinov, the Georgian, doing a great job here. And then there's 6 carts in tow behind them. So that is going to be Cageux, Bucci, Mollo, Foster, and David. And the cart that's involved in that one, but is obviously been penalised, is Alessandro Pace. So Alessandro Pace is at the back of that train, I do believe. But because he got the 5-second penalty for contact, he's not technically in the race with them, even though he is right on the tail of that squabble. So Jacques Giraud still chasing after our race leader, Tom Delfosse of Belgium. Just waiting for his moment to make the advantage come to him. But it is going to be so tricky to determine just how much pace he's going to be able to carry. As we got another penalty, it's from Mathieu Boudelic. So Mathieu Boudelic, the Frenchman, has ended up with a 5-second penalty for contact. So that will drop Mathieu Boudelic down to the back of the pack, unfortunately. Here comes the duel for the victory. Belgium versus France, Tom Delfosse versus Jacques Giraud. And in third place it is Olivier Laurençon, the Swiss. So a truly Gallic battle up front as the three leading nations of the Gallic-speaking tongue pushing very hard indeed here. Belgium, France and Switzerland up front. Then it is the Spaniard Gonzalo Lopez. But there are some amazing battles all the way up and down the length and breadth of this field, as drivers are really starting to put pressure on each other to make the progress. But there are hands in the air as tensions get high in race 3. The judiciary gets a little bit more intense for some of these competitors. But with 3, Tom Delfosse has the laps remaining. Olivier Laurençon still there in third, far away from the leading 2. So that could make things exciting towards the closing phase of the race. But certainly for the moment, it looks very decent indeed for Delfosse and Giraud. Laurençon is just trying to stay with them, and at the moment, they are pulling clear. So Giraud is doing exactly what he needs to secure at least a first or a second. This is a good run from Giraud as he closed up again on Tom Delfosse. He's close enough to him that he can make the overtaking move going in the ultimate lap or even the final lap to take his moment and go for the triple victory. So Jacques Giraud, Tom Delfosse is your leader. Giraud comes off the turn, they cross the line, and they've got just 2 laps remaining as Giraud gets the fastest lap. Goes after Tom Delfosse into turn 1. Delfosse covers the line. Over the bridge, and Tom Delfosse going very well as he run up to the hairpin, tightening up through the hairpin left-hander, and then back off the power again. There's a lot of motivation on the pit wall for the man at the back of the field. Great sportsmanship and great motivation for the guys cheering on Marianne Nicoli. Excellent stuff for the Algerian at the back of the field there. Continuing on. They all want to finish the race and spirited, and it's great to see the support for Ariane and the continuation as he moves forward. But Delfosse versus Giraud comes up towards us. Is Giraud going to get his run? Delfosse of Belgium, Giraud of France. Giraud wants the win here. Up to the braking zone. Will he go for it in the pit turn? No, he will not. He's going to wait for his moment. And so Giraud in behind Tom Delfosse is going to have one final lap to push his way further forward. It's going to be a tough one, but Giraud's going to get up alongside Delfosse as they run side by side down the main straight. This is the chance now for Giraud. He'll get on the inside of Delfosse, and he takes the lead on the very last lap. So Giraud has gone into the lead on the final lap ahead of Tom Delfosse. It's up to the Belgian now to fight back and take this victory away. Oh, and there's a collision at the end of the lap. So a collision at the end of the lap. A couple of drivers going backwards there. As again, Marianne Nicoli getting the cheer off the pit wall. But Jacques Giraud up in front is battling away with Delfosse. Delfosse is nudging him round the banking, and these two are absolutely squabbling with each other on the final lap. It is Jacques Giraud versus Tom Delfosse. France versus Belgium. They'll go under the flyover, and as Tom Delfosse got a response for Giraud, here he comes. Giraud and Delfosse, nose to tail. Here comes the move. Hasn't got the chance to get through on the inside of the chicane, so Delfosse will have one final crack at it. Up to the pit hairpin. It's going to be tight as Delfosse running behind Jacques Giraud. He goes for the move. Delfosse to the inside. Giraud will sweep back on the counter-attack, and they're going to be side by side off the turn. Delfosse on the grass. Giraud will get the lead. It's going to be Jacques Giraud. 3 wins out of 3 for the Frenchman. Unless Delfosse can sprint to the line and get him back. Has he made it? It's Giraud by 39 thousandths of a second. What an amazing finish to 3C. It is Jacques Giraud, 3 times a winner. Fantastic racing all the way as Jacques Giraud eclipses Tom Delfosse to the finish line. excellent display and a fantastic run. So still they push on, and still the supporters on the pit wall cheering on Marian Nicoli to come through and finish the race and conclude his week's activities. But what a thrilling battle all the way, as right on the last lap there we had a 5-second penalty handed out for a few drivers there. There's a couple of penalties going the way of different drivers. The number 7, Elliot Foster, ended up with 2 5-second penalties for contact. The 12 got a penalty as well for contact. That was Giovanni Mollo. Alessandro Pace already had one. Christian Schulhey got a penalty in that race as well, and so did the Egyptian Youssef Fahmy. So quite a few 5-second penalties to give out at the end there, but it was Jacques Joreau who came through for the victory. A magnificent display of driving from Jacques Joreau. The patience won out, and he was able to eclipse Tom Delfosse on the final lap with some very calm and cool and collected driving. And with 3 victories, surely that is going to put Jacques Joreau in pole position for the final. What a great result. A brilliant performance then from Jacques Joreau ahead of Tom Delfosse and Olivier Dorançon. And there is now just 1 race to go before we get to the junior final and the repechage. So it's going to be a very exciting continuation. Great racing all the way here in Kartland Paris.
Love my city, got love for my people. I put on over this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling it,
time to see these karts come out onto the circuit for the last time before the finals. This is just the tipping point of the experience now. As these final drivers in race 3D are going to try to put themselves into the best possible grid positions for the TB Final 2025 here at Kartland Paris. What an amazing spectacle. The winning driver of the final later, of course, will race for TB Kart in the SCUSA Super Nationals in Las Vegas at the end of 2025. So there's a lot at stake for the contenders. And so they will venture out onto the course. Delano Dekkers and Mathis Renet on the front row of the starting grid, the all-Belgian front row. And this is going to be very tough indeed to see who it's going to be, especially considering that there is a rivalry to a certain extent on the front row of this grid between the Belgians, the Flemish versus the French side of Belgium. Delano Dekkers versus Mathis Renet. Then it is Vinny Beltramelli and Alberto Cancarini. And then we have Michael Dimitriou versus Lorenzo Cioni. Enzo Girasek and Valentin Aparicio from Javier Martinez and Kevin Liguri. Samuel Libert is alongside Giuseppe Di Domenico. Then Federico and Thomas Delamar. Anna Vodechka and Joselito Lopez, Loris Moccia and Javier Ceballos, Rafael Vogelli and Daniel Ceballos, and then it is Daniele Costanzo and Mohamed Lofty alongside Javalin Nicoli. So our contenders are ready for a very intense battle, and it's going to be Dekkers versus Renet. A very tricky battle between the Belgian talents on the front row of the starting grid. Both drivers have just as good a chance of taking the victory in this one, and whoever does will obviously get themselves into a better position for the grid in the final. Expect the unexpected. Drama is just around the bend, and this battle is only just getting started between our competitors here, as they will put themselves into a great position off the turn. So let's see what contenders can give us. Dekkers will be on the inside line, Renet will be on the outside line, and then there's going to be all sorts of tension from Beltramelli, Cancarini, Dimitriou and Cioni behind. Keep an eye on the Frenchman, Vinny Beltramelli, in third position down to turn one, because he will have the inside line and the better chance of squeaking ahead of Mathis Renet. For Delano Dekkers on pole position, this is a great chance to move his way further forward and take himself one step closer to becoming the first Belgian to win the TB Kart Finals. So far we've had a German and we've had a Frenchman. We've never had a Belgian win the TB Kart Finals. This could be his chance as the tricolor goes up in the air and drops as we go racing once again here at Kartland. Good chance through from the start then for our leaders, as it's going to be a tough one for our race leader Delano Dekkers on the inside line, but he has held station. A good shot. Oh, karts flying off the road and then coming back onto the course again. Goodness me, it got pretty messy then on the way through turn two. One of the scrappiest starts so far of the competition. But out in front, it is Delano Dekkers, holds the lead for the moment. But he's going to have a lot of pressure as they charge their way down that back straight and into the banking for the first time. So Delano Dekkers controlling the pace as he runs through to the very tight square left. A couple of drivers going for a move or two there in the chicane. But everybody trying to keep it nice and tight as they go under the flyover and back out onto the course again. And it is the Belgian talent, Delano Dekkers, that holds station at the front for the moment. So everybody trying to work their way through. It's a very tricky opening lap. Drivers sliding sideways on the run to the pit straight. And a couple of drivers running wide. There's going to be 2 or 3 wide down to the hairpin as a couple of drivers are trying to go for an overtake and improve their position. He's down in P4. So Dekkers has actually had a terrible start in the end. It's Mathis Renet who got the better start. I could have sworn it was Dekkers through turn one, but it was in fact Mathis Renet. So it's Renet from Cancarini, Beltramelli and Dekkers. So Delano Dekkers not getting a lot at all then. If we're going to get a better run then as he continues to make his way forward, but he's falling into the clutches here of Kevin Liguri and Enzo Girasek. If he's not careful, he's going to drop even further down from 4th position. So a very dramatic start, but Renet is your leader. Then Cancarini and Beltramelli. Dekkers going well in 4th position for the time being, with Liguri doing a fair job in front of Girasek and Di Domenico. Some great battles as the contenders are working on the far side of the course. They go underneath the bridge once again, trying to find that overtaking move. Back end steps out a little bit. and that is Ligori trying to close back up on Delano Deckers, who's managed to put a bit of space between himself and the Italian. So still opportunity. Up to the inside line. That's the move from Beltramelli. He gets the run on Cancarini, but Cancarini drifts wide and manages to get back on terms with Beltramelli once again. So they stuck their way out through the hairpin and they managed to go side by side, but it's no change in the end for second place. The only thing that's happened is that drop back a little bit from the tail of Mathis Renette, the French-Belgian leading the way here. So it's Renette in front of Cancarini, Beltramelli, Decker, Ligori, Di Domenico, Martinez, Jelisek, Dimitriou and Loris Moccia. And then we have Anna Wodeczka. Anna Wodeczka, the Polish driver, has gone all the way up to 11th position. So Anna Wodeczka is charging her way through the field here, having made up 4 places already. Kevin Ligori's made up 5 and Giuseppe Di Domenico has made up 6. So there's a lot of good performances so far in the opening phase of this one. But 3D is going to be an interesting win. Certainly for Mathis Renette, he's going to have pressure on Alberto Cancarini and Vinny Beltramelli. And is that Delano Deckers down into 5th position now behind Kevin Ligori? It is. So Deckers has lost another place here. Kevin Ligori now through to 4th position. Bit of a mistake there from Alberto Cancarini as Beltramelli has got himself back into 2nd position once again. And the drivers charge their way forward. Big dive into the hairpin there from Samuel Libert on Raphael Vogelli. And as the drivers go past the pits, it is a pretty exciting run as they come through. Still giving us a great race of it. But across the line, no worries at all for Mathis Renette. The Belgian going strong here as he leads Beltramelli, Cancarini, Ligori, Deckers, Di Domenico, Jelisek, Martinez and Dimitriou, with Moccia in 10th place ahead of Delamari and Wodeczka. So in the top 10, there's still a lot of good battles. Drivers trying to find that breathing space to get through and make a nice gap on the inside line. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, is Kevin Ligori, who finds himself now running well in 4th position as Deckers has lost another place. This time it's to Giuseppe Di Domenico. So Di Domenico goes into 5th position as Deckers now finds himself down in 6th position. This is not going well for the pole sitter. Oh well, Deckers has got himself back into 5th position now because Ligori has dropped back. So Ligori into 3rd position. He's got ahead of Alberto Cancarini. So Deckers is now in P5. Oh, and skating off the road big time. Well, that was a very scary moment as up the inside. Samuel Libert gets the run there on Federico Galli, I think it is, who skated off the road. So the 13, Federico Galli, having a wild moment as he basically did a rallycross trip there over the grass in front of the pit lane. And down at the back, there's more great cheers on the pit wall as the other member of the Nicoli family, this time Giovaline is now getting the cheers on the pit wall. So Giovaline Nicoli is getting the support on the pit wall. It's the other thing I love about this competition. As much as great racing, but there is also great sportsmanship in this competition. And here at Kartland Paris, it is great to see everybody getting into the spirit and the swing of things and cheering on the underdogs. So for the moment, it is Mathis Renette all the way, but he's definitely not going to have it easy in the second half of the race because the track is getting hotter and hotter all the time. And he's actually being caught now by Vinny Beltramelli. So Vinny Beltramelli, the Frenchman, gaining some ground. Delano Deckers is back on the back of Cancarini. So he's trying to find a way to get through into 4th position on Cancarini. And everybody charging their way forward to try and get some good performances on the bill. Everybody's still trying to keep their hopes alive here. Michael Dimitriou having a good battle with Enzo Didisek and Javier Martinez. So some very good performances in the early part of racing here. But Mathis Renette is being caught hand over fist by the Frenchman Vinny Beltramelli. If Beltramelli can catch and get alongside, then this could open things up as Delano Deckers goes wheel to wheel with Cancarini and Deckers gets ahead. So Delano Deckers into 4th position, the Belgian. Very good work indeed there from Delano. Had to work hard to get ahead of Alberto Cancarini, but he made it stick, and at the banking, he is now going to be charging after the top 3. So everybody's still putting on a good show, but up in front, Mathis Renette is sweating. Vinny Beltramelli is closing him up. We got a penalty for Lorenzo Cioni. Lorenzo Cioni getting a 5-second penalty for contact. But look at Vinny Beltramelli. He's got right up to Mathis Renet. So Renet is now definitely going to be running scared here in the lead of the race as Beltramelli puts him under some pressure. Kevin Ligori is not far away. So let's see just how quick it's going to be as the drivers continue to move forward. It's going to be tough here as Vinny Beltramelli closes up. And Kevin Ligori! Kevin Ligori has got a penalty now. So Kevin Ligori, the man who's in third position, has been given a 5-second penalty. And that is for contact. So Kevin Ligori, who is actually on the road in third place, has been given a 5-second penalty. That promotes Delano Deckers up into third position now because Ligori's penalty will come back to bite him. Still getting the cheers on the pit wall. Giovanni Nicoli continues to plug it away. But there is an absolute squabble for the victory now between Renet, Beltramelli and Ligori. And Kevin Ligori is not going to be the race winner because he's got a 5-second penalty for contact earlier in the race. So now the three drivers are going to be at it hammer and tongs on this, the penultimate lap. They come out of the flyover and it's going to be tight. Beltramelli is all over the back of Renet and Ligori is there with them. This is all about staying patient. And Kevin Ligori, who already has a 5-second penalty, has got to be quite flamboyant here if he wants to get the one on Vinny Beltramelli. They come off the turn and it's going to be tight as Vinny Beltramelli is really starting to size up the run here on Mathis Renet. Kevin Ligori sat in third place. He may not even know he's got the 5-second penalty as running wide out of the pit straight comes the 8 of Valentin Aparicio. But Delano Deckers is officially in third place as we go into the last lap because the battle is raging for the race victory. Here comes Vinny Beltramelli, tightening in behind Mathis Renet. He'll dive for the inside at turn 3 and he has to bail out of it. Well protected there by Mathis Renet. So they get back on the power as they go up towards the banking. They'll tuck their way through the left-hander. It's an absolute squabble for third position behind Kevin Ligori, who has been penalised because Delano Deckers is desperate to hang on to third place. He's got about 6 drivers on his heels here. And there's another penalty gone out. It's the number 10. That's, well, we already knew about Kevin Ligori's. I thought there might have been another one. There isn't, my apologies. So here we go. Mathis Renet versus Vinny Beltramelli. Ligori feels he's part of the battle, but of course he's got the penalty. So he's going to have to drop back. Vinny Beltramelli trying to climb all over the back of Mathis Renet. He comes off the turn. They're going to be... Beltramelli goes for the move on the inside, dives in, but he'll lose it on the exit. Willie, they're going to go side by side. It's a drag race, and Beltramelli has lost out to Renet. Ligori squeezes through, and so it's going to be Mathis Renet. Mathis Renet will take the victory. Second place on the line will be Ligori, but he'll lose ground in the 5-second penalty. Beltramelli will be second. Deckers will be third. So Delano Deckers third, managing to hang on in front of Di Domenico, Cancarini, Demetriou and Jeresek. Kevin Ligori drops to 8th. Then it's Loris Moccia and Javier Martinez. And still the cheers go on for Javelin Nicoli to come home at the back of the field. I love the spirit of support here. And he's got 2 hands in the air. Come on, mate, you've got to finish the race yet. Excellent race as everybody comes home. There is such an amazing community down here in Kartland Paris amongst the TV kart races. It's not just about the racing, it is about fun. And well done to everybody for cheering everybody home. But it is Mathis Renet of Belgium that comes through for the victory in front of Vinny Beltramelli and his countryman Delano Deckers, who fights back valiantly to come home in third place. Excellent performance. And so we end up with a fantastic run. Kevin Ligori seems happy. I'm not sure he knows yet about his 5-second penalty, but it's a victory nonetheless for Mathis Renet and an excellent performance and a great display. So, as the field comes through, Mathis Renet takes the win from Vinny Beltramelli and Delano Deckers. Giuseppe Di Domenico and Cancarini, then Demetriou, Jeresek. Ligori drops to 8th with his penalty. Then Loris Moccia. Wow, some little brake dust come up there from Valentin Aparicio, who bows out of the competition, I think, with an incredible brake test on the way into the pits. So we complete the running there after the 4 heats, and here comes Javelin Coley to cheers from everybody on the pit walls here. Oh, it's not just about winning, it's about coming home. And Javelin Nicoli loving the moment as he's doing a donut on the way home. Javelin Nicoli power slides home. Well, it's all fun and games here at Cartland Paris. The track was empty, it's okay. He'll probably get a slap on the wrist for that, but you know what? He's been eliminated from the competition anyway. He couldn't care less. What a great way to finish it. So that's it for the moment. We're going to take a pause in proceedings so the drivers and the officials can get some lunch and some respite. Then when we come back, we'll go into the repechage, then into the junior final, and then the race for Las Vegas. The TB Kart Finals 2025, the winner of the SK1 final, will be in America in the autumn.
Nigga cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. nigga. Another zero. And now we tune in till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we tune in till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we tune in till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we tune in till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we tune in till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we tune in till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we tune in till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we tune in nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Islam City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Islam City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Islam City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Islam City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Islam City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Islam City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Islam City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's where you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. My city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's where you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. My city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's where you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. My city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's where you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. My city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's where you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. My city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's where you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. My city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's where you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. My city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's where you cut the check, nigga. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling it, you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling it, you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling it, you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling it, you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling it, you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling it, you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling it, you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on with this shit for me though. That money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on with this shit for me though. That money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on with this shit for me though. That money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on with this shit for me though. That money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on with this shit for me though. That money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on with this shit for me though. That money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now we from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on with this shit for me though. That money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go.
the last chance, these drivers, to get themselves into the mix then for an incredible battle. After all of the hard work and all of the determination and the focus from these racers, it now comes down to this last race for these competitors to get themselves into the finals themselves. This is the repechage, the last chance, if you like, to get themselves into the mix. The drivers for this race have been classified after the heats from 26th down to 51st. It's only going to be the first 3 drivers across the line that will come through to join the rest of the contenders in the finals. So it's incredibly competitive. Riccardo Bucci and Enzo Girisek will be lining up on the front row of the grid with a multitude of racers charging after them. 10 laps in this race rather than the regular 8 from the heats. So there is a little bit more time to get things done, but it is going to be so difficult. David Maximilian is going to be in the mix there, along with the Faroe Islands racer Ian Anderson, who is one of the contenders in the expert category. But we've also got some hard charges from Alexander Whitmeyer and Giuseppe De Domenico. They'll be there in the top 6. Completing the top 10, we'll also have Arnaud de Malor, Anea Cimini, Evgeny Kuduzov and Elliot Foster from Great Britain. There's a lot of great talents in this one that will want to try and get themselves into the finals, and this is their last chance to do so. You'll also have the likes of Javier Martinez and Ivan Moreno, Lorenzo Cioni and Louis Harvey from Great Britain. We'll have Yanis Mora and Luis Sumner, Valentina Paricio and Giovanni Mollo from Samuel Libert and Julien Delacretaz, that did such a great job in yesterday's endurance for Team Canada. Mathieu Boudelic and Davide Condorelli. Noah Carrar will be alongside Eduardo Caballo, and on the last row of the grid will be Harry Hurst-Grover and Tukis Ianu of Cyprus. So plenty of opportunities for the drivers to push their way forward. 10 laps of racing will appear on the circuit now for Kartland Paris. And for all of the contenders who have travelled such a long way to be here, they've only got 10 laps left of their event to get themselves into the finals. The top 25 have already been confirmed in the final. This race will decide which 3 drivers will join them. And this really is their last opportunity to be part of the competition for the final reckoning. Plenty of drivers here from Italy, from France, from Spain, from Great Britain, from Switzerland, and from Cyprus and Georgia, as well as Ian Anderson from the Faroe Islands, trying to put themselves up into the sharp end of the dais, but it is so difficult to predict which driver is actually going to get the job done. Never easy when you've got such an amazing spectacle of contenders. They all want to be at the sharp end, and they all believe that they have the right to be in first position. So it's definitely going to be a very tough race in prospect, that is for sure. So everyone will obviously want to be at the sharp end of the dais, but there's only going to be a handful of drivers that can actually make it there. And you've got to remember as well that with a competition like this, one mistake, one penalty, one run off the road is going to be the difference between winning and losing. And this is not a race that anybody wants to make mistakes in. You have got to be right at the best of your ability to make it smooth and make it comfortable. It will not be an easy race, this one. You can expect a lot of badinage between the drivers here at Kartland Paris, but it is getting hotter and hotter all the time as we have got to nearly 1:30 in the afternoon here. The sun is at its hottest. There's barely a cloud in the sky as well, which makes the humidity very much difficult, as well as the heat itself. So with 3 races to go, we'll obviously have the repechage to try and figure out who's going to join the senior drivers in the final. Then we'll have the junior final itself, as Leonardo Rivadossi goes into the race hoping that he has a chance to win the final from pole position. And then we will have the SK1s, the final of the TB Karts 2025 competition. And the winner of that race will, of course, represent TB Kart as a race driver in the SK USA SCUSA Super Nationals at Las Vegas. It's one of the biggest motorsport events on the planet, never mind karting events, and so it's a big opportunity for any racing driver who wants to put on a good show. So, without further ado, let's cross over to the starting grid as the drivers get ready for the action. for these particular competitors to get into the race. Only the first 3 drivers officially across the finish line will be the ones to go through to the final later on. The repechage is the last chance saloon for these drivers, and they will want to go straight to the top spot. Riccardo Bucci, Enzo Giresek, Maximilian David, Ian Anderson, Alexandra Wittmeyer, and then Giuseppe De Domenico from Arnaud de Malor, Enia Cimini, Evgeny Kudisov, Elliot Foster, Javier Martinez, Ivan Moreno and Lorenzo Cioni, with Louis Harvey and Yanis Mora, Luis Sumner, Valentina Aparicio, Giovanni Mollo, Samuel Libert, Julien Delecretaz, Matteo Budelic and Davide Condorelli, Noah Carra, Eduardo Caballo, Harry Hurst-Grover and Tuccasiano will finish off the battle for success. 1,500 metres of the circuit, which means that we're going to have 15 kilometres of racing to determine which 3 drivers from the repechage will make their way into the final. This is going to be one of the toughest races of the week. No second chances after this. This is their only hope of remaining in the competition. So Bucci, Giresek, David, Anderson, Wittmeyer, De Domenico, De Muller, Cimini, Kudisov, Foster, Martinez, Moreno, Cioni, Harvey, Mora, Sumner, Aparicio, Mollo, Libert, Delecretaz, Budelic, Condorelli, Carra, Caballo, Hurst-Grover and Ianu. With all of the contenders finally poised, just 10 laps of racing await them now to determine their fate for the remainder of this competition. Got to keep it clean, hard, firm, fair, and of course fast if you want to get through to the finals. Only the top 3 will make it there. So as the drivers come through the final chicane at Kartland Paris, this is going to be one of the toughest races these drivers have ever had to face, as they will go wheel to wheel from the sharp end. They'll come down the straight. Up on the far side of the course they will go, and we will race for supremacy. Off we go, and it's a great start off the grid. Drivers charge their way further forward, and the tricolor flies in the air as the competitors are hoping for a reasonably quick start. They want to make sure it's nice and clean through the first turn, and there's already a couple of drivers running wide. Several competitors off in the distance then, and it looks like 1 or 2 of them have ended up far side and up to the inside line. That looks like Louis Harvey coming through to take the lead for the United Kingdom. A good charge forward as the drivers work their way through. Big dust kicked up and 2 or 3 karts coming together at the back. There's no point having a boxing match after the crash, guys. You've got to get back on with it. So as the drivers work their way through, it's been a very close proximity run. I'm not entirely sure why my timing screen decided not to put the drivers in number order, which was also grid order. But for some reason that is the case, on the timing screen at least. What it does mean though, of course, is that the man who started from the front row of the grid, Louis Harvey, has been able to assert himself at the head of this race. Number 2 runs in first position in front of Ian Anderson. Now that's a fabulous pair of drivers to go to battle then, as Harvey and Anderson can control the pace from the front end, and they've managed to get in front of the number 1 of Riccardo Bucci. Everyone else is having a bit of a ding-dong at the moment, all having a very racy battle out on the course. Several drivers trying some fairly decent tricks, and off the road and into the barriers. One kart getting spat out of the line there, and I do believe that was Davide Condorelli. So Davide Condorelli being squeezed out there at the end of the first lap. But it's Harvey who leads from Anderson. Then it is Bucci, Giresek, Cimini, Moreno and Elliot Foster. Then it is David, Aparicio, Mora, Cioni, Caballo, Wittmeyer, Sumner, De Domenico and Delecretaz. As the drivers work their way around the back gate, Louis Harvey and Ian Anderson in safe positions at the moment. First and second places for them, having a really decent charge of it. They'll go underneath the bridge and then they'll tuck their way out of the left-hander, charging parallel to the main straight. Is Louis Harvey going to have a bit of pressure here from Ian Anderson? Well, at the moment, Harvey seems to have got himself into some space, and that will do nicely for him to get through to the final. But Anderson is going to have pressure here. Riccardo Bucci running wide. He does not need to be doing that because he's on the bubble anyway, and he's going to have a lot of pressure from Enzo Giresek, the French driver, needing to get through in a 3rd position. He'll come off the turn, and he'll try and get up the inside of Riccardo Bucci. He can't get there for the moment. So Harvey leads, Anderson 2nd. And it's going beautifully for the British driver out front. Louis Harvey controlling the repechage at the moment. As off the road goes Samuel Libert. So Samuel Libert came off the racetrack there on the exit of the hairpin by the pits. So that pretty much spells the end for Samuel Libert. So a very difficult end to the race then for the youngster Samuel Libert. It's not gone his way there, I'm afraid. So he will drop to the tail end of the field, unfortunately, in the Masters category. But there are more problems as well for a few drivers. 5-second penalty, by the way, to Alexandre Midmeyer. So Alexandre Midmeyer getting a penalty, the Frenchman. But up in the end of the field that is the glorious one, Louis Harvey doing a great job to lead consistently for the moment in front of the Faroe Islands racer Ian Anderson, running a very cool second place. The battle for third is raging though, because we have got a terrific tussle going on. Up into that third position has come Jirasek. Enzo Jirasek getting ahead of Riccardo Bucci. Bucci makes the dive into the hairpin to try and come back at him. Jirasek trying to take the kart right round the outside, and he's going to get alongside him. Jirasek holds the position, and this is great news for Harvey and Anderson. So Harvey and Anderson will be able to pull clear. The Scandinavian will be way out in front of the rest of the field now. Excellent news for them, but for the drivers battling for third position, this is when the story really starts, as also Jirasek is battling away with Riccardo Bucci. So are we going to get to see a little bit more drama from them as they come through? It's going to be very tricky to determine. We've got 5-second penalties galore down the pack. Enea Cimini has one, so does Yanis Mora, so does Alexandre Midmeyer, and so do both Giovanni Mollo and Harry Hurst-Grover. So big problems then as 5 drivers take 5-second penalties then for contact out on the course. But when you're trying to fight your way through the field, you'll try any trick in the book to make it happen. Out in front though, no penalties for Louis Harvey or Ian Anderson as they run in first and second places. From third position down, this is going to get spicy. Also Jirasek still has Riccardo Bucci right underneath him. In P5 further back, that is Ivan Moreno, and then Elliot Foster in 6th, trying to work his way further forward. And a big dive up the inside coming. That is going to be Maximilian David. And they're shoving their weight around on the hairpin. Several drivers getting cucked out, and that is the number 9 coming through. That is the hard charging Enea Cimini. But for Elliot Foster, he does not need to panic because Enea Cimini has a 5-second penalty for contact. So that is going to count against him anyway. So Elliot Foster may lose a place on the road, but he doesn't lose a place on the timing screen because he has not incurred a penalty. So Louis Harvey leading Ian Anderson, and then Enzo Jirasek from Riccardo Bucci, Ivan Moreno, Elliot Foster, Lorenzo Cioni, Lewis Sumner, Maximilian David and Julien de la Cortez in the top 10. Still dust being kicked up around the course. Still everybody having a very tricky race of it. And we're on lap 5 out of 10. 6 to go as Louis Harvey and Ian Anderson, the British driver and the Scandinavian, are running perfectly serenely out in front. They don't need to worry about anything now if they can just hold this together. But the battle for third position is going to be very intense indeed, as back into third place has come Riccardo Bucci. He's got the run on Enzo Jirasek, but Enzo Jirasek will try again. Tap to the brake, he's over the hairpin, and he'll make his bid to get through on the inside, but he thinks better of it. Now, a few of the drivers behind them are hoping they go to battle, Ivan Moreno and Elliot Foster in particular, as well as the British driver Lewis Sumner. So they'll all be trying to work their way further forward. But so far, just 5 drivers with 5-second penalties. So everybody else can try and make as much ground as they possibly can. But it's Louis Harvey leading, Ian Anderson second. I spoke too soon. There is now a 6th time penalty, and it's the second one for Yanis Mora. So Yanis Mora picks up another 5-second penalty for race contact out on the course, and that pretty much spells the end of the competition for the Swiss driver. So Yanis Mora will not be going through with 10 seconds penalty now added to his race time for 2 points of contact. But out in front, it is Louis Harvey of Great Britain ahead of the young man from the Faroe Islands, the only deaf racer in the competition, Ian Anderson, doing an amazing job in second place. So Louis Harvey and Ian Anderson, wonderful, isn't it, karting? It's the only sport in the world where the able-bodied and the disabled can race on an even and equal playing field. Up on the inside line, and here's the opportunity. Is up in a third position. It's a late bid from Enzo Jirasek, but he runs wide, and Riccardo Bid is now going to go wheel to wheel with him in third position into the chicane. and he has to give best as Riccardo Bucci gets back in front. Yellow flags as into the barriers. We've had someone go straight in. I think that's Yanis Mora. So a big problem then for one of the contenders. That's the Swiss driver Yanis Mora, who's gone straight into the barriers up at the far side of the course. He's out of the kart, he's okay, but it's game over for Yanis Mora. He will not finish this race. So bitter disappointment then for Yanis Mora. Well, they're going to push him back into position. It looks like Yanis Mora is going to get going again, but that is very much game over for him, and also for Samuel Libert, who pulls into the pits to retire. So Samuel Libert is out, and I have a feeling that Yanis Mora will also pull his car into the pits to retire from this race. He comes through out of the hairpin, and after receiving 2 penalties, no, he's going to keep going. So Yanis Mora will finish the race his way. Meanwhile, Louis Harvey and Ian Anderson still having a great race up front. But it's an absolute dogfight for third position, as now Ivan Moreno has got in front of Enzo Jurasek. He can try his best to get through on the man in third position now, Riccardo Bucci. But Ian Anderson is doing the right thing here. He's tucking up behind Louis Harvey, and they are just pulling away. So Louis Harvey and Ian Anderson can do a great job up at the front end as Lewis Sumner tries to get up the inside of Delacortez. So Julien Delacortez is having a great race with Lewis Sumner at the moment. They're going wheel to wheel. Trying to get into third position here ahead of Riccardo Bucci. Bucci holds on to third. He's the last man in the race at the moment, and here goes the move. Ivan Moreno into third position as Enzo Jurasek tries to come back at both of them, but they're side by side. Moreno versus Bucci for third position. Whoever gets there first is going to be in the race for the final. If you're in fifth or sixth position, stay hungry, because there could still be a chance to break through. Certainly at the moment, Louis Harvey and Ian Anderson are helping each other. A very solid race of it, and they are just stretching away from the rest of the pack. No need for dramas as Ian Anderson's got in front. Anderson leads. So Ian Anderson, the only deaf racer in this competition, leads the way in front of Louis Harvey as the battle for third continues. Ivan Moreno has third place, but Enzo Jurasek is going to try and go right around the outside of the Spaniard. And as a result of this battle, Elliot Foster is closing up on all of them. So this is going to be an interesting battle as they jump for the position. Oh, Moreno, contact from the Frenchman. Enzo Jurasek, and here comes Louis Foster. Foster's going to sweep past them all. Louis Foster has gone past all three of them on the run to turn 2. He gets back behind one, so he's down to fourth position now. But I've got a feeling that Enzo Jurasek is going to get a penalty potentially for that. Now Foster will get alongside him, and he's got pressure from the other side from Riccardo Bucci. Well, this is big pressure now for third position. 2 laps to go, and there's still carts going off the road. As Elliot Foster drops back into fifth position, he doesn't want to get into hot water just yet. He knows that there's 2 full laps of this. And still the drivers battle on as there's support for Yanis Mora at the back of the field to continue on. But Ian Anderson and Luke Harvey are under no pressure. They can run in first and second and keep this race battle going favourably for the 2 of them. They'll both make it through to the final. But here comes the fight for third, and it's 3 karts in it. Enzo Jurasek, Riccardo Bucci, and Elliot Foster of Great Britain. Foster is trying his luck into the hairpin. Incredibly, they are all in the mix for this third position slot. Foster's got to keep trying as Enzo Jurasek closes up with Riccardo Bucci all over the back of him. They're going to go across the line together, and it's the fight for third position now between Jurasek and Bucci. Bucci's got a penalty. Riccardo Bucci's got a 5-second penalty. So that means now that it's going to be either Enzo Jurasek or Elliot Foster that makes it through to the final. Riccardo Bucci is currently in third place. He has no idea he's got a penalty. As Foster tries to go around the outside of Jurasek. Jurasek can put the pressure on Bucci, but Bucci will not make it through. He's got a 5-second penalty. He sat in third place, but he has got a 5-second penalty. So big drama here, as it's going to be a big headache for Bucci. And so as they continue on, it's going to be Ian Anderson and Louis Harvey that will finish in first and second, and they will be delighted with that. No problems at all for them. They'll get through to the final as Ian Anderson just wants to make sure that Louis Harvey doesn't go for the overtaking move. Anderson would dearly love to win this one. Harvey's going to try and get out of the hairpin and go for it, but he's not going to make it there. As Enzo Jurasek is going to come through for third position, I do believe. But it's going to be the victory for Ian Anderson. Louis Harvey will sprint out of the final turn and they'll go across the line together, but Anderson will have it by 51 thousandths of a second. And in third position, behind Anderson and Harvey, it is going to be Elliot Foster. Elliot Foster's made it through. Elliot Foster to third position on the final lap after an incredible duel with Enzo Jurasek and Riccardo Bucci. Bucci crossed the line in third, but his penalty drops him out. So it's Elliot Foster that joins Ian Anderson and Louis Harvey in the final. What an incredible development. Absolutely amazing. The deaf Scandinavian and the two British Chargers have fought the all-comers and come through to the final after an amazing repechage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think when they come past the pits, you're going to have to change your tack. Normally you would give a round of applause, but as Ian Anderson is a deaf racer, you need to wave your hands in the air. A fantastic result for our race victor, Ian Anderson, our winner. Magnificent. The only deaf driver in the competition, and he has come through to win the repechage. Absolutely fantastic from the Scandinavian, from the Faroe Islands. He takes the win in front of Louis Harvey and Elliot Foster. There is a last-minute penalty to give out, and that is to Giovanni Mollo. He gets a 10-second penalty at the end of the race. But it doesn't matter to anybody, as the top three is Ian Anderson, Louis Harvey, and Elliot Foster. What an amazing race, and that will conclude proceedings. Enea Cimini gets a second penalty for 5 seconds for contact at the very end of a very grueling race. But now our repechage has concluded, and the top three that go through are Ian Anderson, Louis Harvey, and Elliot Foster. What an amazing race.
Islam City got love for my people. I put on over this shit from yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now we from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none.
a rien de personnel. Il a rien de personnel. Avec des humains contrôlés, avec des actifs qui étaient des noms. Tu peux les utiliser que en plus. Ah ben oui, c'est deux. Il y a plus de nuages.
ha detto che ha fatto una video call con Riccardo e tu non sapevi che di questa video call, questo è un altro discorso. Non tirare in mezzo
And
ste
so
cagate, per
all
favore,
of the hard
perché sennò ti
work
mando a
and
cagare anche te,
determination
Francesco,
and incredible
Senza
good
problemi,
fortune,
senza
misfortune,
problemi. Ti mando a cagare
and
te,
increasingly
Riccardo, e
determined
tutti quanti,
attitudes
perché m'avete
come
rotto i
down
coglioni,
to
non
conflagrate
diciamo
to this
cazzate,
one
per favore.
final race. 14 laps of this 1.5
No, hai
kilometer
detto
circuit.
hai
That's a
detto
grand
questo.
total of 21 kilometers for this
hai
junior
detto
race.
questo,
And it is going to be a very
Hai
intriguing
detto
one to
questo.
determine who is going to get on the top step of the podium. If you're only just joining us, whether you're on Sky Italia 809, or if you're on the GoTV digital channel 244, or if you're on our live stream for the IRK promotion, it is
scusa un
great to be with
secondo,
you here at Kart
scusa un
Harry
secondo, cioè
as we
questi
have the
qua
final
hanno
two
chiesto
races
delle
of our
cose che lui ha
competition in
detto
the
adesso,
sweltering
che l'ha
Parisian
detto,
sunshine.
sentito la radio
I'm Jake
locale,
Sanson, good to be with
delle
you once
cose che
again.
ha previsto con
And so
Riccardo
we
in
get
video
ourselves
call.
ready
Tu dove
for the
cazzo
race
eri,
of
Francesco,
all
quando c'era la
races.
video
This
call?
is what everybody has been building up to. And now
Non
we're
c'eri.
going
E
to see
allora è un
if
problema
this
tuo e di
is the
Riccardo,
race that
non
we were
cagate
all
il cazzo
hoping
a me.
for. The final in the junior category will see so many fantastic competitors. 14 of them go to battle in the last race of the day. Leonardo Rivadossi on the front row of the starting grid for Italy, alongside his Swiss opposition, Enzo Roccati. Third position for Mirko Graziani alongside Alessandro Tersigni. Then it is the Swiss driver Angelo Guglielmi in fifth position on the grid from Italy's Giovanni Pozzato. Then Leon Langer in seventh place, and from eighth on the grid it is Isaac Jameson from Great Britain. And then his three countrymen are behind him on the grid, Jack Baker and Elijah Hartley. And then Zach Jennings is in front of Andres Montes Garcia. And then it is Matteo Pedeferi alongside Pablo Ceballos. So all of the contenders ready for an exciting charge forward. All 14 competitors in position on the starting grid here with 14 laps ahead of them. This is not going to be easy to figure out who is going to get the job done. The revs are rising, and the safety cart, piloted by last year's TB Karts finals winner Antoine Moulet, who is now our safety cart official for this event, leads the field around. And this is the race they've all been building up to. It's now or never to determine who is going to be our junior champion in 2025. In a little under half an hour's time, we will know. So all bets are off here. It doesn't matter if you've won 2 or 3 heats coming up to this point. It doesn't matter if you've not finished inside the top 5. The only race that matters now is this one. All the lessons, all of the ideas, all of the wisdom and the nuggets of knowledge will all come to fruition in this final race of our competition for the junior drivers. There is one race after this one, and of course that is the TB Kart Final 2025. So for the juniors, Leonardo Rivadossi, Enzo Roccati, Mirko Graziani, Alessandro Tersigni, Angelo Guglielmi, Giovanni Pozzato, Leon Langer, Isaac Jameson, Jack Baker, Elijah Hartley, Zach Jennings, Andres Montes Garcia, Matteo Pedeferi and Pablo Ceballos. This is the race that they've been building up to all week. 14 laps of Kartland Paris on the Kartland Trois layout. 1,500 meters, a lot of hard work in front of them as our safety car driver Antoine Moulet guides the field around. They will do a second formation lap to build the karts up because it's been a bit of a pause since they've been out on the course. So Antoine Moulet will take them around for 2 formation laps, and then we will go to battle for the very last time in the junior competition. So many great drivers wanting to be charging up at the sharp end of the field here, but they have such an incredible task ahead of them. It's not going to be straightforward, and all of the drivers here know that there is going to be a very tough race. 14 laps. It's a very, very difficult course, this one, with a lot of undulation and elevation change. And we're definitely going to see some really exciting competition from the 14 drivers. Rivadossi, 2 wins out of 3 across the heats. And then, of course, his chief competition, Enzo Roccati, on the front row of the grid. 29 degrees Celsius going into this particular race. It's going to get to a height of 31 degrees Celsius by 4 p.m. Hopefully we'll have wrapped up proceedings by then. There is still a very tough race indeed for these youngsters. 29 degrees Celsius, and that means that the track temperatures are going to be around the high 40s. So this is not going to be an easy race for them at all. The wind has dropped completely, and so it is now time for these drivers to put on a very strong race. But who is going to be our junior champion for 2025? Rivedossi, Roccati, Tassini, Graziani, Glielmi, Pozzato, Langer, Jameson, Baker, Hartley, Jennings, Montescartia, Bedeferi and Ceballos. Out of the final turn, and the safety car driver Antoine has moved aside for the rest of the field to go by. And so the drivers are now left to their own devices. They'll go down the tram lines, and for 14 laps of this Kartland Paris course, the longest race of the week, it is going to be a very tough mission for them all. Rivedossi to the inside, Roccati to the outside, and 12 drivers chasing behind them. We are ready under starters' orders as the tricolor drops and the junior final gets underway. Up to the first corner, no worries at all for Rivedossi to the inside line. A big charge forward from the man in second place, Enzo Roccati, trying to work his way forward, but into second position has come our man in P3. A fabulous start for Mirko Graziani as he gets to second position. So Mirko Graziani breaks through to second in front of Enzo Roccati, and there's already a shuffle as it looks to be as though Isaac Jameson has made up a couple of positions off the start. So he's already got himself towards the top 5. But is there a chance of a podium? It's going to be a very long race, that is for sure. But as the competitors work their way round on the far side, they will now drop underneath the bridge and return to the circuit up over the underpass. So out in front it is Rivedossi, then it is Graziani, and in third position is the hard-charging Enzo Roccati of Switzerland. So Enzo Roccati chasing after, and Rivedossi's already got a bit of pressure from Graziani. Rivedossi going a little bit defensive in the early stages of this one. So Rivedossi, Roccati. The number 9 in P4, that is Jack Baker. Jack Baker is in P4 on the very first lap of this race. What a start from the Englishman. So Jack Baker finds himself in the top 5, and it's a big run wide out of the far side of the course as Elijah Hartley is battling away with Andres Montescartia. The two of them went off on the first lap then. So Elijah Hartley is having to try and fight his way back towards the top 10, but he's got a very tough mission in front of him. But it's incredible, the top 4 are pulling clear, and it's Rivedossi, Graziani, Glielmi in third position, and then Jack Baker. So we've got Leonardo Rivedossi and Mirko Graziani, the 2 previous race winners over this week, who have taken 2 victories for Rivedossi and 1 win for Graziani. Angela Glielmi, the only female in the field, is running in third position, and she's battling away with the Englishman Jack Baker. And Jack Baker's through into third, so Baker's up to the podium now. Baker is really charging. He runs wide, and Angela Glielmi is going to get back past him. So Angela Glielmi gets onto the top 3 rostrum. Jack Baker's going to try and tuck back into the inside line to get back into position, but he's going to have a lot of pressure now as the number 7 closes in. That is Leon Langer of Germany. So for big pressure then from Enzo Roccati and Alessandro Tassini, they had a really difficult opening lap, and that has dropped them out of the top 5. So this has definitely opened things up in the final. But has Jack Baker got enough in the tank to get back on terms with Angela Glielmi? He goes up the inside, and Baker's back in a third position. Angela Glielmi has to concede, and Isaac Jameson's getting the run on Leon Langer as well. So Leon Langer, the German, may have to surrender here to Jameson. The inside line comes Isaac Jameson, and he's through. And he's not the only one who made it past as well. It looks like Zach Jennings went with him. So a fantastic run then, as the British drivers, who have had a really tough week in the junior category, are now battling away for the top 5. The top 2 drivers have got well clear here. Oh, Jack Baker slams out sideways out the flyover, and that's going to drop him back to 5th position. So now it's Angela Glielmi, who is in 3rd place. Up into P4 comes Isaac Jameson. So Isaac Jameson is now running in P4. But it's the 2 Italians front, Leonardo Rivedossi and Mirko Graziani. And then it's Angela Glielmi of Switzerland in front of Jack Baker of Great Britain. There's Isaac Jameson of Great Britain, who's up into 4th place now ahead of Jack Baker. Then it is Langer, Jennings, Tersigni, Riccardi, Pazzato and Periferi. And then we have Ceballos ahead of Elijah Hartley and Andres Montes Garcia. A little bit of a run wide there as the battle for the lower placings kicks off and up to the inside line. That's a mistake, unfortunately, for Leon Langer, as Jennings and Tersigni are all over the back, and so too there Enzo Riccardi trying to work his way forward. So now the duel continues between the two Italians up front, Leonardo Rivadossi and Marco Graziani, the only two drivers to have won a race so far this week. 2 heat wins for Rivadossi, 1 for Graziani, but both drivers want to win the final, so they are going to be absolutely at it through this race. Third position now is Angela Gliani. He's got a big cheer from Isaac Jameson behind as the two Italians continue to push further forward. The chances of grabbing the victory have intensified as Isaac Jameson and Jack Baker are right in behind Angela Glielmi. Glielmi's trying to hold up a third position, and Isaac Jameson is going to storm through into third position, but Glielmi goes deep into the brakes in the chicane and retains the position. Now Jameson wants Jack Baker to team up with him so that they can work together at both games. And Angelo Glielmi has got a bit of traction on them. Here comes the move from Graziani for the lead. He had to think about it there on the inside of Rivadossi and then bailed out of it. 4 laps done, 10 laps to go. It's going to be a very tough race from here on as the drivers still know how much pressure is on their shoulders. But for Rivadossi and Graziani, they are the 2 classes of the field here, and they are going to be difficult men to beat. As long as they don't take each other out, then these two are going to be dueling for the junior victory. But the battle is on for third place, even more intensely behind them, because we've got Angelo Glielmi and the 2 British drivers, Isaac Jameson and Jack Baker. Meanwhile, Alessandro Tersigni is back into P6 and Enzo Riccardi is back into P7. So they can't afford to be too aggressive. As round the outside, Jack Baker pulls off a stormer into third position past Jameson. Angela Glielmi puts her hand in the air. Come on, guys, what are you playing at? And Glielmi now has to defend to cover from Alessandro Tersigni, who has to bail out of the overtake. So excellent racing in junior as Rivadossi and Graziani are still racing each other, and Jack Baker has got into third position. Jameson in 4th, and Jameson's got a penalty. Isaac Jameson with a 5-second time penalty for causing contact. So a big disaster for Isaac Jameson. So that'll drop him down the order now. Isaac Jameson now finds himself in 10th position with that 5-second penalty. That is disastrous for the British driver. So Jack Baker is now in 3rd, Angelo Glielmi in 4th, and Alessandro Tersigni now in P5. Well, let's see what's going to continue on the far side of the course as the 2 Italians are still stretching a decent lead out front. Rivadossi versus Graziani, and they will still battle doggedly along the pit straights. Baker has got pressure now because that's Jameson in front of him. Oh no, it's not. Baker's still in 3rd place. My apologies. Jameson there in 4th position. But if Jameson can get ahead of Jack Baker and then start to push, he might be able to get this 3rd position anyway. So it's going to be an interesting one. And now Jameson up the inside of Jack Baker. He's got to try and commit to this move, and he's there. Isaac Jameson moves into 3rd on the road as Angelo Glielmi now has a 5-second penalty for contact. So Angelo Glielmi has also got a 5-second penalty for contact. So that will drop her behind Isaac Jameson. So now we've got Rivadossi versus Graziani, then it's Baker in 3rd, Tersigni in 4th, Jennings is 5th, Riccardi in P6, and then it's the 2 penalty runners, Jameson and Glielmi, in 7th and 8th place. But if Jameson can pull clear of the chasing pack to the tune of 5 seconds, then he will still be able to claim his place on the podium. It's a big ask, but this is only lap 7 of 14, so he's got 8 laps including this one. He might be able to pull out 5 seconds. Well, here comes the battling duo up front. Very tough race for Rivadossi and Graziani as Enzo Riccardi now has a 5-second penalty for contact. So Enzo Riccardi picks up a 5-second penalty. Jack Baker twitches, and that almost drops him off the road as Graziani really puts pressure now on Rivadossi in the lead of the race. But these two are still stretching a long way out in front of the rest of the pack. And as long as Jack Baker is glued to the back bumper of Isaac Jameson, that's going to be a podium for Jack Baker in fantastic fashion. He really has dug deep and delivered so far in this one, but can he finish the job? So the juniors have given us a really exciting battle so far. Rivadossi, Graziani, and then Baker, Tossigny, Jennings, Jameson and Glielmi. As Jameson is up to 6th place now, Glielmi is up to 7th, although they are ahead of that on the road, but they've got a 5-second penalty to carry. Enzo Ducati is trying to shake off his own 5-second penalty here. 3 drivers right up at the sharp end, all with potential to be on the podium, and all carrying a penalty, I should say. But what about the Italians up front? Graziani still pushing Rivadossi. He's not letting him get away. And so, Rivadossi versus Mirko Graziani. Graziani makes a slight error on the pit chicane, and that's enough to give Rivadossi the tiniest bit of breathing space. It's an absolute squabble further back as Jack Baker has now lost positions to both Jameson and Glielmi, and now loses out to Tossigny. So that's going to be Alessandro Tossigny to get into 3rd position ahead of Jack Baker, because both Jameson and Glielmi now have penalties. They've got to try and charge away from the chasing pack. And now that they've got into 3rd and 4th, they may have a chance to do so. So at the moment, Jennings is P5, Jameson is P6, and Angelo Glielmi is P7. But there's still a lot that could take place in this one. Alessandro Tossigny has now got up into 3rd position, having got ahead of Jack Baker. He's 5th on the road, but 3rd in the race, courtesy of the penalties for Jameson and Glielmi. But up in the front, it's no change. It's still Leonardo Rivadossi and Mirko Graziani, and they are absolutely squabbling with each other. Graziani's never been closer, as on lap 9, he's got a chance. He's side by side, and he's in the lead. Graziani moves in front of Rivadossi at the pit chicane. Now they go down to the hairpin, and Mirko Graziani has taken the lead for the first time in this final. He won a race yesterday, so he'll really want to take advantage of this, but Rivadossi's going to be pushing all the way. So Mirko Graziani takes the lead in the junior final with Rivadossi right in the mix with him. They're going to be side by side as they go down the pit straight. Who's going to be leading? It is Rivadossi. He gets back in front. So Rivadossi retakes the lead away from Mirko Graziani. And there's another penalty. This time it's for Zach Jennings. So Zach Jennings now has a 5-second penalty for contact. And that's going to put him down to 7th place. Make that 9th place now, because Leon Langer and Giovanni Pozzato have come across the line. So that now means that Baker is 4th, Jameson is 5th, and Glielmi is 6th. Oh, and a spin! That is Glielmi! No, my apologies, that's Enzo Ducati. Enzo Ducati spins around. So Enzo Ducati, the Swiss driver, who was already carrying a 5-second contact penalty, that has put him out of the competition for race victory. What a shame for Enzo Ducati. But now there's more battles as Rivadossi and Graziani return. They've already swapped the position once, and now Graziani is trying his best to put Rivadossi wide. Oh, big slide wide from Jameson. Jameson really piles it on as he comes through the far side. And now Baker and Tossigny are side by side. This is for what's eventually going to be 3rd place. And it is Tossigny that gets in front of Jack Baker for the moment. So Jack Baker riding behind Alessandro Tossigny. Could be a very interesting run, but is it going to be an all-Italian podium, or can Jack Baker break the jinx? Isaac Jameson is P5, Angelo Glielmi is P6, but they're both ahead of Jack Baker on the road. But they've got to try and pull 5 seconds on him. They've currently only pulled 2 seconds on them. So it's good, but it's not good enough, as it were. And there are still some great duels going on. So as Enzo Ducati rejoins the fray, and his 5-second penalty puts him all the way back to 12th position behind Matteo Pediferi and Elijah Hartley. There's only 4 laps to go for Rivadossi and Graziani. Here comes Graziani now, once again past the pits. They will charge through, down the hairpin. It's going to be a tight duel all the way, they both know it. And Graziani is all over the back of Leo Rivadossi. Rivadossi going well. Graziani in there with him. There's a great battle going on behind them as well, because Jameson still runs third on the road, but needs to pull 5 seconds clear. As Tassini bangs into the side of Guglielmi. And Tassini's going to go on the inside of Guglielmi here, who fights back. There's a little bit of a concertina effect. And Jack Baker drives right round the outside. And Jack Baker storms back in a third position, round the outside of the final bend. Beautiful from Baker. What an opportunist overtake from Jack Baker. He gets through masterfully there. But the more these three continue to squabble, and he's now down to the back of the trio again. Oh! Side swipe, Baker and Guglielmi. Guglielmi's putting her hand in the air as Baker manages to put a nose in behind. Well, the more these three squabble away, the more likely it is that Isaac Jameson is going 5 seconds clear. And here comes Graziani on the inside for the lead on Rivadossi, and he's there. Graziani retakes the lead. Fantastic from Mirko Graziani, but Rivadossi's going to come back at him. They're going to be side by side again. Down the hairpin to the pit straight. Rivadossi inside, Graziani will get back on the inside, and it's a drag race to the chicane, and Rivadossi will get first. This is such a tight junior final now. And still the battle rages for fourth on the road between Tassini, Guglielmi and Jack Baker. Baker still fighting his corner here with Alessandro Tassini. No penalties between these three, they're still going strong. Baker's on the inside line, and Baker will storm ahead of Tassini down the pit straight once again. So Jack Baker will move into third position for the moment, and Guglielmi goes with him. That's great news for Baker, because Guglielmi can be a nice cushion between himself and Tassini. But Guglielmi's going back on the inside for Baker. Baker breaks later, holds it round the outside, and retains third for the moment. Jameson's got that 5 second penalty to carry, so the podium's not quite his yet. But we are on the penultimate lap, and it's Rivadossi versus Graziani. Mirko Graziani is running out of chances now to get on the inside of Leonardo Rivadossi. Are they going to come to blows? Graziani through the pit chicane, right in behind Rivadossi. They come down to the hairpin in front of the pits. And can Graziani make his move? Rivadossi's protecting the inside line. He's got to be right on the exit. Graziani can try and drive right around the outside, but he's not going to get there. Meanwhile, Baker slides wide of the pit turn. And here's a chance for Guglielmi. Side Baker's got to be careful under brakes. As into the last lap, and Rivadossi's having to protect Graziani. Graziani dives in at turn 2. And they're going to go side by side off the corner. Graziani and Rivadossi fighting for the victory. It's going to be Graziani. He gets through at turn 3. Mirko Graziani takes the lead on the last lap of the junior final. But can Rivadossi get him back? They're side by side again into the banking. And up the inside, Rivadossi back in front. Oh my goodness. The two Italian stallions are swapping positions on the final. It's going to come down to the wire. So as they go under the bridge for the final time, it's Rivadossi versus Graziani, and it's Leonardo leading. Mirko Graziani second. Let's see if Graziani can make one final push. Left-hander, right-hander at the pit chicane, and down to the hairpin for the last time. It's all going to be down to Rivadossi's defensive tactics. Can Graziani outsmart him? Through the hairpin, he tries to go the long way round. Rivadossi's going to have to protect, but it looks like it's going to be Rivadossi. Graziani's got to try out of the final turn, and it's going to be a drag race, but it'll be Rivadossi. Leonardo Rivadossi is the junior champion. Second place for Graziani. Jameson is going to cross the line in third. Guglielmi's going to get in front, but who's going to be third? It will be... I'm trying to see, it's Angela Guglielmi. Angela Guglielmi's going to get the third position. Absolutely fantastic for the Swiss ace. So she comes through for third position in front of Jack Baker and Alessandro Tassini. The 3 penalties went the way of Isaac Jameson, Zach Jennings and Enzo Raccati. And it is absolutely incredible. But Leonardo Rivadossi and Mirko Graziani come home first and second after an amazing contest. Absolutely astonishing. Really good run all the way. And so they come through for the victory in fantastic fashion. It is Leonardo Rivedossi who gets the win in front of Mirko Graziani and Angela Glielmi of Switzerland. What an amazing performance. What a great, great race. And it was absolutely amazing. A truly sensational race drive from everybody all round. And look at that, handshakes all round from the competitors. Good to see. Sportsmanship is not dead in racing. As back into pit lane comes the trio. Leonardo Rivedossi is your junior champion in front of Mirko Graziani and Angela Glielmi. What an amazing duel to the end as Glielmi comes through for the podium. What a magnificent result and a truly sensational duel all the way to the checkered flag. The juniors put on an amazing battle. That was truly fantastic stuff, but it really, really gave us an amazing showcase. And so in the junior final, your winner is Leonardo Rivedossi after an amazing duel with Mirko Graziani. But in third position, it is a real surprise and a genuinely magnificent one for the Swiss driver Angela Glielmi. She comes through for position behind two Italians. Excellent work. Amazing long week of competition. Our champion in junior is Leonardo Rivedossi in front of Mirko Graziani. And podium, third position, going to the Swiss driver Angela Glielmi. Fantastic run as the Italians were first and second. And an absolutely magnificent race in the junior competition. Wonderful display and a great performance. There are some amazing races to take out of this incredible final. But there will be two Italians and a Swiss driver on the podium after an amazing race battle. The duel between Rivedossi and Graziani was hard. It was close, but I tell you what, it was hard and fair all the way. Excellent stuff between Mirko Graziani and Leonardo Rivedossi, with Rivedossi getting the victory. But it's Angela Glielmi who comes through fourth on the road, but third in the race after an amazing race. Isaac Jameson sadly taking a 5-second penalty that drops him back down the... But it's the Swiss pilot, Angela Glielmi, who takes a podium finish in the junior final. What an amazing drive from her after a battle. Fought hard and valiantly with Alessandro Tassini and Jack Baker. And after an amazing week, it's a podium for the Swiss ace, Angela Glielmi. A great result for her, and she absolutely deserves the plaudits from it. Excellent work, and we'll see her on the podium in a short while in the junior final. So there we are, folks, your top three in the junior final. Leonardo Rivedossi, Mirko Graziani, and Angela Glielmi. Fabulous performance from the three drivers on the podium. Excellent work from them all. And fantastic duel in the final. Next up, it's the race that will send the champion to Las Vegas. The TV Kart 2025 final is up next.
Cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it,
moment that everybody has been building up to, our final of the TB Kart 2025 campaign here on the Kartland Paris circuit. It is the layout Kartland 3, 1500 meters in length, and this is going to be one of the toughest races that any of these drivers have ever had to face. Welcome back to the action here at Kartland Paris as we get ourselves ready for the SK1s to hit the track for the very last time in our TB Kart Rentals 2025 international competition. The winner of this race is going to come forward and represent the TB Kart brand and their home nation in the SK USA Super Nationals event, SKUSA, in Las Vegas in November. It's one of the biggest motorsport events on the calendar, and not just for the world of karting. You get a lot of competitors in the world of IMSA, IndyCar, and even occasionally NASCAR going over to Las Vegas to go and compete in that event, as well as the cream of the crop of all of the international karting talent. In years gone by, we've even had the odd Formula One driver take time out of their busy season and go and compete in the SKUSA Super Nationals in Vegas. So it is a momentous opportunity for any young driver to go and take part in. And the racers that we've got out in front of us here, the 28 competitors that made it through from the finals and the repechage, and now it is time for them to go to battle up at the sharp end of the field. And it's going to be Jacques Jorot and Dennis Holler lining up on the front row of the starting grid, with Kevin Capras and Lucas Urbani giving chase from behind. There's so many big talents on this race grid, and I genuinely can't predict who it is going to be that will take the victory. We've shuffled the karts around again, and of course the drivers have had a full tank of fuel to be put in the karts. So now it's time to see who in these very difficult, very hot and very, very intense conditions are going to come through to take the victory in the toughest of all the races. This is the final of the TB Kart 2025 competition. Hashtag the finals 25. Hashtag we build adrenaline. It is time to go to battle here at Kartland Paris for the very last time. Pole position then for the home favourite Jacques Jorot alongside the German star Dennis Holler, the winner of this event back in 2023. Last year's winner, of course, Antoine Moulet, is now our safety kart driver and official test driver in the TB Kart racing and rentals operation. So who is going to join them in 2025? First time this event has ever been run outside of its native Italy, and where better to do so than the birthplace of motorsport. France is where it all kicked off back in 1894. The first ever Grand Prix, dating all the way back to 1906, just a couple of hours down the road from where we currently are. And Kartland Paris, a truly tough circuit to tame for any rental karter. The drivers are now going around on their formation lap. They will have 18 laps of this incredible course, and that is going to be a very tough mission indeed. That will give us a grand total of 27 kilometers of intense racing, and at the victory of that particular final lap, the winner will be the champion of them all. Dennis Holler in 2023, Antoine Moulet in 2024. So who is it going to be? 25. So the grid is being formed up in fine style, and we are excited to see how it is going to progress. So let's talk you through the grid in full. Jacques Jorot and Dennis Holler will be on the front row of the starting grid for France and Germany as we go around for our 2 formation laps. Then it is Kevin Capras and Lucas Urbani for Belgium and for France. 5th position on the starting grid will be Chris Dimitriou of Cyprus, and then it is Mathis Renet of Belgium alongside. 7th on the grid for the Belgian Delano Deckers. 8th on the grid for Olivier Laurençon. Then it is Mauro Palermo and Vinny Beltramelli. Salvatore Nito will be alongside Tom Delfos. Then Gonzalo Lopez alongside Kevin Tuvenin. Orlando Sirotti will be beside Francisco Alfaro, Alberto Cancarini and Dario Ferreras. Michael Dimitriou will be beside Kevin Lugori. Then Elliot Macagni and Pierre Cajot, an all-Swiss 11th row. Bruno Thurman is alongside Alessandro Vanacci. 25th on the grid for Vadim Molinov, 26th for Ian Anderson, 27th for the Brit Louis Harvey, and at the back of the grid it is the Italian Riccardo Bucci. So as all 28 karts work their way around the course to warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature, it is now time to see which of our 18 laps is going to be the most exciting and which of our 28 drivers is going to come through as the new champion in the TB Kart Finals in SK1. 27 kilometers of racing await us here on the Kartland Paris circuit, and the karts are now in their 2 tram line. The inside line held by Jacques Giraud and the outside line by Dennis Höller. This has all hallmarks of a true classic. The 2 tram lines see all the karts lining up in unison together, and all of the amazing amount of work, preparation, knowledge, wisdom, mediation, motivation, it's all come down to this, and it will be an absolutely fantastic season finale. And all of the drivers are now ready in position to make this race a victory. Giraud on the right, Höller on the left. As they see it, the tricolor is in the air and the TB Kart Final 2025 is underway. Giraud blasts away from the grid. Kevin Capras is going to try and join him into the first corner. Dennis Höller trying his best to hold it round the far side. I think he's only going to lose 1 place here, as out in front it's an absolute dogfight for second place, but the lead is not changed. Jacques Giraud has got himself into a good lead, and he was telling me earlier he was terrified at just how much talent he's got behind him. And there's contact as they work their way through. Couple of karts going wide. But apart from that, it looks to me as though it's been a fairly decent start, and there's already a squabble for third position downwards. But we've got a leader, clear and simple. It is the Frenchman Jacques Giraud. Now, he told me after his medal earlier on that he is not comfortable about the amount of talent he's got behind him. He's not confident at all, so he's just going to go into this race and see what happens. And he's got such incredible waft of talent behind him. So Giraud is the leader. In second position, that is the 5. That is Chris Demetriou. Chris Demetriou of Cyprus is in second place. And in third, that is Salvatore Nito. So Salvatore Nito has come up into third position from P11 on the grid. What an incredible start. So many drivers trying to work their way forward as there's an absolute squabble of the decks. And coming into the pits to retire is Kevin Capras. Kevin Capras of Belgium has pulled into the pits on the opening lap. My goodness, Kevin Capras is absolutely enraged as he comes back into pit road, parks the kart and walks away. Absolutely extraordinary scenes here. Well, the man who could have been easily on the podium, Kevin Capras, out of the kart and out of the final. I cannot believe it. So he brought it straight back into the pits. He was not happy at all, the man who started in third place. Yellow flags. We've got a spinner on the way to turn 4. So somebody facing the wrong way, and I think that the penny has just dropped that they're not going to be taking the victory. And they climb out of the kart and walk away. Now, that looks like it might be one of the top runners again as well. This final is absolutely electric already. So out in front, Jacques Giraud is being caught rapidly here by Chris Demetriou. Up on the inside of the hairpin, that's Gonzalo Lopez and Kevin Thuvenin, both making up some overtaking moves as they try and charge their way forward. Sidotti's battling away there with Mathis Renet. So we're waiting to see what the order is as they come through at the end of the second lap. It's Giraud in front of Demetriou, then Nito, Palermo, Urbani, Höller, Lopez, Thuvenin, Sidotti and Mathis Renet. And there's already a penalty. It's for Vinny Beltramelli. So Vinny Beltramelli has got a penalty and dropped to the back. And it's Vadim Molinov that retired from the race. The Georgian Vadim Molinov. He was the one who spun out on the way to turn 4 and walked away from his kart. Frustrated and furious, I'm sure. But it's game over then for Vadim Molinov, the Georgian, just as it was for Kevin Capras a short while ago. And Kevin has already walked back to the pits, I believe. So now, up over the top of the crest comes Jacques Giraud, and he's being chased down rapidly by Chris Demetriou. The Cypriot really wants to take a victory. He got pole position in qualifying for the endurance. Now he wants to make it happen in the final of the SK1s. Here he goes, in behind Jacques Giraud. But he wants a fairly even race here. He doesn't want to take too much ground. He is going to be pushing all the way behind the Frenchman, Jacques Giraud. In this competition in the past, we've had a German take the victory. We've had a Frenchman take the victory. But we have never once we've had a German take the victory. We've had a Belgian take the victory. Sorry, Antoine. But we have not yet had a victor from the top of the tree to be either French or Cypriot. So this could be a big moment for either driver. And of course, in third place is another nation that's never taken the win yet, and that is Salvatore Nito. So we've had a German winner, a Belgian winner, but we have not had a Frenchman, a Cypriot, or an Italian take the title. And that's what we've got in the top three right at the moment, because it's Jacques Joron in front of Chris Dimitriou, and then in third place it is Salvatore Nito. So we are on the fourth lap, the fastest lap of the race so far, Lucas Urbani. And with two retirements already from this race, Kevin Capras and Vadim Molinov. It's going to be a fascinating duel from the front end. Chris Dimitriou is pushing, trying to get his way onto the back of Jacques Joron, who is already defending. Joron defending his line halfway round lap 4. So Jacques Joron knows that he's going to have a real pressure cooker building here from Chris Dimitriou, the Cypriot. Salvatore Nito in third, then it is Lucas Urbani in front of Gonzalo Lopez. Well, we've got a great challenge here, because we've got Lucas Urbani ahead of Mauro Palermo and Dennis Höller, and then Gonzalo Lopez. Next up behind is Kevin Touvenin, and then Orlando Sidotti in front of Mathis Renet, Francisco Alfaro, Tom Delfos, Delano Deckers, and Louis Harvey, who's come up from 27th to P14. What a charge already. So he's already knocking on the door of the top 10, and this is only lap number 5. So with 14 laps left of this race, the entire length of the junior final, by the way, he has got a very good chance here of moving his way further forward. And looking at his lap times, he's almost a second quicker than anybody around him right now. So this is going to be fascinating. But Chris Dimitriou, the Cypriot, in second position, all over the back of Jacques Joron. And in third place, we've got a real bubble building. Salvatore Nito and Lucas Urbani are closing in. The more these guys battle, of course, the more it opens the deck for anybody else. Bit of a puff of smoke there as through the dust goes Kevin Touvenin. But Chris Dimitriou trying to pull away with Jacques Joron, but Nito and Urbani are closing up. Then it is Dennis Höller in fifth position in front of Mauro Palermo. Then Lopez, Touvenin, Sidotti, Renet, Alfaro, Delfos, Deckers, Harvey and Cancarini. Pushing through on the far side of the pits. We've got some really good battles going, and here comes Chris Dimitriou, never been closer to the leader. Jacques Joron is going to lose ground as Dimitriou hits the front. Dimitriou takes the lead for Cyprus. So the Cypriot Chris Dimitriou has got into the lead of the final, and this is only lap 6. So there's still plenty of time for things to change. As back to the inside goes Jacques Joron. Oh, through the banking. He has got back into the lead. So the two leaders are swapping positions. And apparently Chris Dimitriou is under investigation. For what? But this could change the race completely. Chris Dimitriou currently under investigation. Squabbling for the lead with Jacques Joron. He's down to 4th position. Because something's gone wrong for Dimitriou as Salvatore Nito now creeps in behind Jacques Joron. He won the endurance yesterday. Can he win the final today? Salvatore Nito going well as one of the top drivers in the expert category. What an opportunity this is now, as the drivers are really giving us a great race of it up at the front end. The leading master is Jacques Joron. The leading expert is Salvatore Nito. The leading senior is now Lucas Urbani. And the leading young driver is Mauro Palermo. 4 classes within the race, don't forget. So they all want to be the winning master, the winning expert, the winning senior, and the winning young driver. As through goes Salvatore Nito. Nito takes the lead. 3 different leaders in this race already. And we haven't even reached half distance. Dimitriou has led, Joron has led, and now Salvatore Nito leads the way. A fantastic scrap in the TB Kart final. They will go under the bridge. And as they continue to make progress, we've got Urbani in 3rd, Dimitriou 4th, Höller is in 5th place. In front of Palermo, Lopez, Touvenin, Sidito, and then it is Alfaro and Louis Harvey, 11th position. He is absolutely charging through this field now. Here comes Lucas Urbani. Right in behind Jacques Joron. But Salvatore Nito is the leader. And there goes Mauro Palermo diving in on Dennis Höller. So the advantage and get up the inside. And that's Mauro Palermo. Dennis Höller is not happy about it. But Mauro Palermo, the youngster, gets into P5, and that leads the quartet up front, very much on their own. So Nito, Urbani, Joro and Demetriou, they are in the top 4 positions at the moment. Then it's Palermo, Huller, Tovanen, Lopez, Sidotto, Alfaro, Harvey, Del Fos, Deckers, Renette and Cancarini. The top 15 are so even. And up the inside, that is a 4th different leader as Lucas Urbani has now taken the lead. Goodness me, we haven't even reached half distance in this race. Now we've had 4 different leaders. Demetriou, Joro, Nito, and now Lucas Urbani. This race is going to be amazing to the flag. 4 different drivers have held the lead at some stage, and so this is going to be a nail-biter. All 4 drivers are still in the top 4. Urbani leads Joro, Nito, and Demetriou, and then it is Palermo, Hurla, 7th place is Tovanen, then it is Gonzalo Lopez from Sidotti, and in 10th position, that is Francisco Alfaro, but Louis Harvey is trying to work his way forward. He's lost ground there. And so the competitors are still making a good work of it. Don't forget that there is a penalty in amongst all that. A 5-second penalty has already been handed to Vinny Beltramelli. So Beltramelli is in about 9th on the road, I think. But his penalty drops him out of the top 10 for the moment. So Lucas Urbani is now your race leader. And now we've got another investigation, and it's Salvatore Nito. Salvatore Nito now under investigation. Goodness me, both Chris Demetriou and Salvatore Nito are being investigated in the top 4. So this race could go a very dramatic way. Lucas Urbani, the Frenchman on home soil, wanting to take a home victory. Nobody in the history of this event has ever won on home soil before, because we've had Dennis Holler win in 2023, the German, and the 2024 race won by Antoine Moulet. Both of those races, of course, were held in Italy. So never before has a driver won this event on home soil. But Lucas Urbani is doing great here in front of Jacques Joro, then Salvatore Nito and Chris Demetriou, the 2 drivers that are currently under investigation. They bounce off the curb of the hairpin. Palermo now in front of Tovanen. Dennis Hurler in 7th position in front of Gonzalo Lopez and Orlando Sidotti. Then it's technically Vinny Beltramelli, but he's got a penalty, so that's going to drop him down the order. And that's going to put Alfaro into 10th, Louis Harvey into 11th in front of Del Fos, then Deckers, Matis Renette, and then it is Beltramelli ahead of Ferreras, Ligori, Cancarini, Bucci, Macagni, Bonacci, Ian Anderson, who's doing a great job in the expert category, and then Olivier Laurent in front of Bruno Thurman, Michael Demetriou, and Pierre Cageux. What an impeccable race this is already, as we have just gone past half distance. 9 laps done and 9 laps to go, and there are 4 drivers firmly in the hunt for the victory. But it's not over yet. There are so many drivers piling up behind that can really take a piece of this, as Lucas Urbani goes on to qualifying pace. He is trying to charge away from Jacques Joro. Can Lucas Urbani make up for the frustrating defeat yesterday in the endurance for KMRS Racing by coming through and taking the victory in the TB Kart Finals 2025? Big dive on the inside from Alfaro. Alfaro will make the move on the inside of Vinny Beltramelli, and Louis Harvey will get out the inside of both of them. So Louis Harvey trying to hold his nerve here, and he's almost losing ground to Tom Del Fos. He's got to be careful. But it's nicely done so far, as up at the front end of the field, 4 drivers are still pushing for the victory. And now Chris Demetriou has got ahead of Salvatore Nito as they battle away for 3rd position. Both drivers under investigation, but the leaders are pulling clear. Oh, and a big dive from Mauro Palermo, who goes wheel to wheel with Kevin Tovanen out of turn 3. Palermo getting a little bit eager. His youth is definitely overtaking an exuberance, the experience of the drivers around him. But this is going to be tough, very tough. Can Lucas Urbani be beaten out front? He's starting to pull clear of Jacques Joro. They go underneath the flyover once again, and this is absolutely what Lucas Urbani wanted. He's starting to stretch his legs in the lead. Jacques Joro in 2nd, can't stay with him. And look at Nito and Demetriou. They are losing ground big time to Tovanen, Palermo, Hurla, Lopez and Sidotti. And now in 10th position, that is Alfaro in front of Harvey. Beltramelli's trying to win it. And Louis Harvey's going to lose a place here, but he's going to stay to the inside line of Vinny Beltramelli to finish the move in the chicane. But now it's looking very difficult for anyone to take on Lucas Urbani, the fourth different winner of this race, the four different leader, as now Dario Ferreras is under investigation. He is running currently up in 15th position, so I'm not sure what's going on with the Ferreras, but Dario Ferreras, the latest driver who's under investigation. A lot of investigations in this race without actually giving anybody any penalties. But it's still one-way traffic for France as Lucas Urbani leads his countryman, the hard-charging Jacques Giraud, who is doing a grand job in second place. But Lucas Urbani really has got himself a good car, and he's stretching away. This is what Lucas Urbani wanted on home soil. He knows the track, he knows his mind, he knows these karts now, and this is Sim settling into a rhythm if he can keep it going. Giraud in second, third is Salvatore Nito, fourth place is Dimitriou from Tubenar, Palermo, Lopez, Höller and Sidotti. Still good battles all the way through as the drivers are trying to get a little bit more out of it. Louis Harvey gets the move on the inside of Beltramelli, so he gets in front of him on the road as well as in the timing sheets, and he needed to because Delano Deckers is closing up on him, so he needed to take full advantage of the opportunity here. We've got 6 laps to go, 12 laps completed, as Lucas Urbani has the fastest lap of the race, a 1:15.219. He's put that qualifying style pace to get ahead of the rest of his opponents. And this is Lucas Urbani starting to settle into the rhythm up front. But Jacques Giraud will not give up, nor will Salvatore Nito or Chris Dimitriou. But it looks as though it could be 2 Frenchmen minimum on the podium here, with Nito and Chris Dimitriou. Dario Ferreras has a penalty. Ferreras has a 10-second penalty, and that is for 2 modes of contact. So 10 seconds then added to Dario Ferreras' time. He was in 15th, so that's going to drop him to the tail of the field. Lucas Urbani, a good run in front of Giraud. Dimitriou right in behind the third place man Salvatore Nito. 5th place for Kevin Tuvenin. And then in 6th place it is Mauro Palermo, the Italian, who looks good to be the leading young driver at the end of this competition. Orlando Sidotti is now under investigation, so Sidotti inside the top 10, now running the wrath of the stewards if he's not careful. So this could be quite a tall order. Good battles as they run through on the far side. Salvatore Nito under pressure in 3rd position here as both Chris Dimitriou and Kevin Tuvenin are reeling him in here. 3rd position is still up for grabs. But Salvatore Nito does not have this all his own way at all. Dimitriou is there with Kevin Tuvenin trying to work his way into 3rd position. Maybe they can make this an all-French whitewash, but it is going to be tricky because Tuvenin has got to get past first Dimitriou and then the man in 3rd, Salvatore Nito. But Lucas Urbani is doing exactly what he was hoping to. He had to cope with 2nd place in the endurance yesterday. Now he is getting it done in the final here, and a fantastic drive it is on lap 14 out of 18. Nito makes the mistake in the chicane. That's going to be a chance for Dimitriou. Dimitriou's going to try and make his move there in the hairpin. He thinks better of it. So it's going to be a very strong run as they continue. But it's looking good for Lucas Urbani in front of Jacques Giraud, as still the battles rage on, and the intensity and the tempo is still high fever. Lucas Urbani leads Jacques Giraud, Nito, Dimitriou, Tuvenin, Palermo, Höller and Lopez. Although Sidotti is under investigation, and Dario Ferreras is currently suffering a 10-second penalty. That's dropping him a long way down the field. But Lucas Urbani is having the perfect race out front. He is just disappearing as Michael Dimitriou, I think that is, has had an issue on that lap, and that drops him all the way down the order. So Michael Dimitriou, sadly, is now down in 26th position. However, Chris Dimitriou is still knocking on the door of a potential podium finish here. So it could go all the way. Chicane for Lucas Urbani on lap 15 out of 18. This is a masterclass drive from Lucas Urbani as everybody else now realizes that this might not be their day. Lucas Urbani having a good run here in front of The man in second place, Jacques Jorot. Then Nito, then Tuvenin. Kevin Tuvenin has got into fourth position. So Kevin Tuvenin now breaks through into P4. And if he can get ahead of Salvatore Nito, then it's going to be a French podium here. 1, 2, and 3. So Kevin Tuvenin is stepping up the attack and going after Salvatore Nito. He's only 3 laps to catch him. But this is going to be a very good mission for them all. And once again, the spirit of competition at the back for Michael Dimitriou, still pushing on as he goes past the pits. But out in front, it is all about the man who with the plan. And boy, oh boy, has Lucas Albani driven himself into a race victory here. You can't deny his excellence in this one. He's really put on a good show, delivered when needed to, worked his way casually to the front, put on a good show in terms of his 1 lap pace, and has now kept it in the 1:15.3s. Everybody else is starting to lose a few tenths to him per lap now. So this is Lucas Albani's race to lose. But there are still some battles going on. Dennis Huller right in behind Mauro Palermo. So Mauro Palermo currently running in 6th position, behind Dimitriou. Trying to move his way further forward, but it doesn't look like he's going to get there. But the challenge is really starting to take hold here for third. Tuvenin is now just 0.4 of a second behind Salvatore Nito. Nito is beginning to lose time to Tuvenin. Tuvenin could make this a 1, 2, 3 for the French if he can get ahead of Salvatore Nito in third position. Nito is there, still in third, through the hairpin at turn 3. But the purple suit of Kevin Tuvenin could really make this a French domination. 1, 2, and 3 is possible now. And so Kevin Tuvenin is doing everything he can to make it happen. Lucas Albani leading the final on the penultimate lap. Jacques Jorot in second. The fastest lap of the race now comes from Chris Dimitriou. A 1:15.1. And here is Lucas Albani, a strong advantage. Look at that, he's pulled himself at least 2 seconds now clear of Jacques Jorot. But Kevin Tuvenin wants to get on the podium. Here he goes for third position on Salvatore Nito. So Nito's going to have to work hard here to hold on to third position as Kevin Tuvenin really is pushing. As Lucas Albani goes into the final lap of the 2025 TB Kart Final. This has been an amazing week for him. He had a very strong run on Friday after a fast qualifying run. He was a race winner. He was consistent in 2 and 3. And ever since then, Lucas Albani focused his attentions on the man. Kevin Tuvenin's going for Nito, and he's there. Kevin Tuvenin gets past Salvatore Nito. It is going to be French 1, 2, and 3. Un, deux, et trois for the French drivers here. Absolutely incredible fight from Kevin Tuvenin to catch up to Salvatore Nito on the last lap. So it's going to be a wonderful day for anybody of French persuasion here at Kartland Paris. It's been a wonderful race in TB Kart, the first time that the TB Kart finals have ever been held outside of Italy, as Michael Dimitriou gets out of the way of the leaders. He doesn't want to complete another lap, clearly. But Lucas Albani is going to come through. Oh, Nito's back in front of Tuvenin. They're going to race to the victory. And there goes Tuvenin. He dives in on Nito, and he's through. So out of the final turn, the victory a gagné for Lucas Albani. Oh, and it's a battle out of the final turn. Contact in the final corner. Second place for Jacques Jorot. Who's going to be third? It's going to be Chris Dimitriou. Chris Dimitriou will be third. Oh my goodness, what a chaotic end to the race. As Nito and Tuvenin ended up colliding in the final chicane, and the man who came through for third position was Chris Dimitriou. Absolutely amazing from the Cypriot. It's a 1-2 for the French, but it's Chris Dimitriou on the podium in third, ahead of Mauro Palermo. Then Salvatore Nito in fifth, ahead of Dennis Huller, Orlando Sidotti, Gonzalo Lopez, Tom Delfos, and Kevin Tuvenin. But I've got a feeling there could be a couple of investigations after what happened on the final turn. My goodness me, though, what an incredible duel but nobody can deny the excellence and the sheer perfection up front. Your winner of the TB Kart Finals will come through. There is Salvatore Nito with his damaged Nassau plate. But we've got to wait further back for the victor as he works his way through. An absolutely amazing performance. There is Jacques Giraud waiting for his countrymen, as the victor of the result is Jacques Giraud. Chris Demetriou celebrates third position. Excellent display from the Cypriot. Second place for Jacques Giraud. But the victor of it all, your champion, is Lucas Albani. An amazing run for Lucas Albani. A totally wonderful display as he cruises at the back of the field. There he is, number 4, numero 4, Lucas Albani is the winner of the TB Kart Finals 2025. He cruises home at the back of the pack. And ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. Your champion, Lucas Albani. Fantastic from the Frenchman. He gets out of the kart and he celebrates with last year's winner, Antoine Moulet. Absolutely amazing, as our victor of the TB Kart Finals 2025 is the Frenchman on French soil. It is the gagné for Lucas Albani. He comes home into the pits after an exceptional display. And what an amazing race. No matter what the other positions are that can be debated, you cannot debate the winner. A fantastic result and an absolutely flamboyant victory in amazing fashion. Your race winner, and deservedly so, the first ever TB Kart Finals winner to take victory in his home nation. Give it up for Lucas Albani. An amazing result. Jacques Giraud comes up to congratulate his countrymen as the French come home 1-2. Absolutely wonderful scenes here at Kartland Paris. And give it up for the man in third position for Cyprus, Chris Demetriou. Absolutely fantastic fight from the Cypriot after his pole position in the endurance race yesterday. It's wonderful to see him fight through to third position after an incredible final. Stick around because we're going to have some words, I'm sure, with the contenders after an amazing race. But of course, we're going to have our podium ceremony here at Kartland Paris. Third position, Chris Demetriou. Second place, Jacques Giraud, your champion in the TB Karts 25 for France. Albani. A magnificent performance. 4 different class winners, of course. We should also mention that the winning expert driver after the event is Salvatore Nito of Italy, as he tops the expert class. The leading young driver after all of that is the Italian Mauro Palermo, who wins the young class. The leading master, well, that is, of course, Jacques Giraud, who will take the Masters trophy. But your overall winner for France is Lucas Albani. An amazing drive after he captained the team from KMRS Racing to second in the endurance yesterday. He gets it right today with a victory in the final. So stick around, folks. There'll be more to do, more to talk about, and of course, prizes to award here at the Kartland Paris circuit in the TB Kart Finals 2025.
J'ai la clé sur moi, là, je suis en voiture. Ok, ok.
lo stanno spostando. Così, anzi più angolata verso così. Angolare un po' verso la camera, se no. Però mi sto divertendo un po'. Sì, stanno ancora
ceremony with the junior category, and the top 5 drivers in junior will be taking home trophies. No champagne, of course, no champagne, all underage, but there is going to be a trophy for each of our junior contenders. So each driver will need to make their way presenting the direct prize to each driver. So for the top 5 drivers. So for the top 5 drivers in the competition in junior, position Jack Baker. A huge congratulations to Jack Baker. 5th position, really fantastic run. We think Jack Baker may have already had to leave because of his flight, so hopefully we will be able to get his trophy to him in good time. Position P4, Angela Glielmi. A hearty congratulations to Angela Glielmi. Run. A brilliant performance there from the young competitor, and she comes through for P4. In 3rd position for the United Kingdom, Isaac Simpson. A 3rd position in the contest. In 2nd position for Italy, Marco Graziani. A fabulous run for Mirko after a brilliant battle, but your junior champion 2025 for Italy, Leonardo Rivarossi. A fabulous display in a great junior final. Away with an entry into the RMAX category 2026 and a fabulous helmet brought to you by Zamp Helmets. We're going to get the pictures done for all of the contenders. An absolutely brilliant result after the final declarations of the result. All of our drivers then getting the trophies, and they will get the photographs for our social media channels. And we are finally getting the winning prize handed over to our winning driver. There we are, the presentation of Ship Season 2026 for our winner, Leonardo Rivarossi. Huge congratulations then to our contenders. And although he's not here, we'll include him in the celebration. Congratulations to our 5 drivers, to Jack Baker, to Angela Glielmi, to Isaac Jameson, to Mirko Graziani, and your winner of the Junior Contest 2025, Leonardo Rivarossi. Drivers, do please stick around because we are going to have a group picture with all of the trophy presentation at the end. So now we're going to move on, having had the picture with our winning junior Leonardo Rivarossi, to the best drivers in each class of the SK1 category. So we will have the winning contenders getting a trophy for being the top driver in each individual class. So we will start with the best driver in the young category for drivers aged 15 to 17. Your young SK1 winner, Francisco Alfaro. A fantastic result then for our winner in the best youth category. Sadly, he does not win a bottle of champagne because he is too young to consume it. Still be our class winner after a fantastic run. Your number 1 young SK1 driver in 2025 for Spain, Francisco Alfaro. Now to our top senior driver over the competition. So our senior number 1 in SK1, Lucas Urbani. A big congratulations to Lucas Urbani, our top senior for the competition. And of course, not only does he have the trophy, but he also gets to take home a very nice bottle of champagne as well. Lucas, don't walk away without your champagne bottle. A big congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, Lucas Urbani. And now to our best master driver for competitors over the age of 30 to 39. our best master for SK1 2025, Jacques Jarreau. A massive congratulations to Jacques after a brilliant performance, battling all the way for the victory to the closing stages overall, but he takes our master trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Jacques Jarreau. Now we move on to the trophy for the leading expert driver in the category. So the expert in SK1, drivers over the age of 40. Your top driver for Italy, Salvatore Nito. I have a feeling that Salvatore has actually had to disappear, so we will come back. The final trophy for individual class victories goes to the best gentleman driver for competitors over the age of 50. And this time our winner is Alberto Caccarini. A hearty congratulations to Alberto after a fabulous run. He takes the trophy for our top gentleman driver. So ladies and gentlemen, for Italy, top gentleman in 2025, Alberto Caccarini. And so last but by no means least, we come to drivers overall in the competition. With our man in P5 for Italy, Orlando Sidotti. So Orlando Sidotti, our driver in the top 5 positions after a fabulous performance through the course of the event. Congratulations to Orlando. He will get his picture taken while we greet our driver in 4th position for Cyprus. For Germany, Dennis Höller. Dennis Höller so near to the podium this time after being the champion in 2023. He makes it to our top 5 positions in fantastic fashion. And so to our top 3 drivers. In 3rd position for Cyprus, Chris Dimitriou. A fierce effort, considering that Chris did not get the chance to test on Thursday. The fact that he is in our top 3 is a fantastic achievement indeed. And now our driver in 2nd position overall for France, Jacques Jarreau. The leading master was the 2nd driver overall in the competition. Great to see such an amazing performance and a great display. But after a week's competition, the man who will represent TB Kart and his nation at SKUSA Super Nationals in Las Vegas, your new champion for France, Lucas Albani! An amazing drive in the final. A fantastic addition to the winners list. First Dennis Höller, then Antoine Moulet, and now our new champion, Lucas Albani of France. He takes away the trophy, the champagne bottle, and of course, he will take away a chance to represent France and TB Kart at the SK USA Super Nationals in Las Vegas in November. A big opportunity for Lucas Albani, and he is your champion. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 5 drivers in the overall category of the TB Karts Finals 2025. Orlando Sidotti, Dennis Höller, Chris Dimitriou, Jacques Jarreau, and your new champion, Lucas Albani. And congratulations. He takes the ZAMP helmet, the Arrive and Drive package for the 28th running of the SKUSA Super Nationals. And so our drivers are in fantastic fashion. Don't forget we have our 24 hours in September. But now, guys, if you want to put the special prizes away, it is time for you guys to celebrate in style here in Kartland, Paris. For our drivers in the TB Kart Finals 2025, it is time for our racers to get busy with the fizzy. Thank you so much indeed, everybody, for being part of our fantastic event. We hope you are going to come back to us in 2026. Don't forget, have the 24 hours taking place in September. So from all of us at Kartland Paris, from IRK Promotion, thank you so much for being with us. I'm Jake Sanson. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage back home, wherever you are. We will do it all again in 2026. From us, it's au revoir and à tout à l'heure from Kartland Paris. See you soon!